by LeFanu, 1883, Chapter 3, page 81. Description of the district and details of general interest relating to it. The district of Salem lies between north latitude 11 degrees 1 minute to 12 degrees 57 minutes 0 seconds and east longitude 77 degrees 32 minutes 0 seconds to 79 degrees 5 minutes 0 seconds. It is bounded on the north by Mysore and North Arcot, on the south by portions of the Coimbatore and Trichinopoly districts, on the east by Trichinopoly and South and North Arcot, and on the west by Coimbatore and Mysore. Its extreme length from north to south is about 116 and the breadth 90 miles, the averages being about 90 and 70 miles respectively. The area, according to the census of 1871, is 7,604 square miles, the same being the figures taken in Government Order 22nd March 1876, number 404. In a letter, number 421 bar 121, dated 7th February 1877, from the Assistant Superintendent, Revenue Survey, the area is stated to be 7,483 square miles. This is stated to be the approximate areas of the taluks of the district, scaled from the sheet atlas of India. Even this, however, is not final, having been superseded by Board's proceedings number 3389, dated 23rd December 1879, in which, on the authority of the Superintendent Revenue Survey, the area is stated to be acres 7,882. The district contains 9 taluks as follows. Collector's charge. Salem, area in square miles 993 or 1033, population 3,93,805, land revenue rupees 4,56,871. Athur, area 798 or 816 square miles, population 1,64,006, land revenue rupees 2,21,393. Total area 1,791 or 1,849 square miles, population 5,57,811, and land revenue rupees 6,78,264. Deputy Collector's charge. Tiruchengood, area 632 or 628 square miles, population 2,49,678, land revenue rupees 3,67,202 rupees. Namakkal, area 743 or 702 square miles, population 2,61,009, land revenue rupees 3,62,558. In total, area 1,375 or 1,330 square miles, population 5,10,687, and land revenue rupees 7,29,760. Sub-collector's charge. Hosur, area 1,169 or 1,290 square miles, population 1,93,037, and land revenue 1,93,902 rupees. Krishnagiri, area 658 or 620 square miles, population 1,70,233, land revenue 1,73,923 rupees. Dharmapuri, Area 998 or 785 square miles. Population 1,90,626. Land revenue rupees 1,92,215. In total, area 2,825 or 2,695 square miles. 5,53,896 population and land revenue rupees 5,60,040. Head Assistant Collector's Charge. Tirupattur, area 805 or 699 square miles, population 1,90,800 and revenue rupees 1,65,528. Uttankarai, area 808 or 910 square miles, population 1,53,801 and land revenue rupees 1,29,081. In total, area 1,613 or 1,609 square miles, population 3,44,601 and land revenue rupees 2,94,609. Grand total area 7,604 or 7,483 square miles, population 19,66,995 and land revenue 22,62,673. The figures given in the board's proceedings of 23rd December 1879 harmonize closely with the calculations of area made by Mr. H.E. Stokes, the acting collector, for the purpose of the census of 1881. As the most accurate figures available, they are given in full as follows. I think reading all these figures would be pointless, so I'll skip that. The Atur Taluk is generally in charge of a past assistant collector and sometimes, when there is no such officer available, of a special deputy collector. Descriptive notices of all the taluks are given further on. The district came into the hands of the English by the Treaty of Peace with Tipu Sultan in 1792, by which all the Pine Ghat now belonging to the district was ceded, and by the Partition Treaty of Mysore in 1799, by which the Balaghat, or what is known as the Hosur Taluk, was added to the previous cession. It is commonly supposed that the district is composed of the Talaghat, or taluks of Salem, Atur, Namakkal and Trichangood, the Baramahal or the taluks of Krishnagiri, Dharmapuri, Tirupattur and Uttankarai, and the Balaghat or Hosur Taluk. This, however, is to some extent misleading, as Krishnagiri is to a great extent Balaghat and half or more of the Hosur Taluk is below the Ghats. The Baramahal again is a misnomer, as in addition to the four taluks named, the Kangundi Zamindari was part and parcel of the original Baramahal. Nor can the four southern taluks be properly named Talaghat, as both Salem and Atur are distinctly above the first line of Ghats and Namakkal is partially so. If also the line is taken from the Thalaimalai on to Sankagiri and the Pakkanad and thence to the Palamalai in Coimbatore, it will be seen that the greater part of the Changod is also relatively Balaghat. The whole four are, however, Talaghat as compared with the Baramahal, and in this sense the name may be accepted. Salem, as applied to the district, is a misnomer. When the English first began to administer the country, the district was known as Salem and the Baramahal, in which later the Zamindari of Kangundi was included up to 1808. When the Hosur Taluk was subsequently acquired, the district was properly Salem, the Baramahal, and the Balaghat, but by degrees the name of the chief town came to be given to the whole district. The Thalaghat, as its name implies, is situated below the Ghats on the level of the Carnatic generally, and in soil and climate differs but little from the neighboring districts of Trichinopalli, South Arcot, and Coimbatore. The Baramahal tract, as now defined, lies between the first and second line of Ghats. The greater part of the Hosur Taluk or the true Balaghat is above the second line of Ghats, and the so-called Talaghat taluks are below or between outlying ranges of the first Ghat system. As might be inferred, the district is composed of a series of plains and valleys of varying height, the slope throughout being towards the east and south. Thus, the greater part of Hosur is 3,000 feet above the sea level. Krishnagiri slopes from 2000 to 1300, which is the general level of Tirupattur, Dharmapuri, and Uttankarai. Dharmapuri being perhaps on the average nearer to 1400 feet. Salem slopes downwards from a maximum in the plains of about 1200 feet, and Athur is somewhat lower. Trichangot is generally is lower than Athur, and near Erode comes as low as 550 feet, while the Namakkal Taluk, which borders on Trichinopalli, is on the lowest level of all. An almost unbroken line of hills crosses the district a little south of its center, in a line roughly speaking from east-southeast to west-northwest. Another range separates the Balaghat from the Baramahal, and another almost unbroken fringes the Baramahal on the east. The southeast corner has also its mountain guard. The river systems are strictly speaking four in number. The chief is the Kaveri system, to which belong the southern portions of Hosur and Dharmapuri, which contribute the Sanat Kumara Nadi portions of Hosur, and the Thopur River on Vepadiyar, and the taluks of Trichengod, Namakkal, and Salem, through which the Sirabaga Nadi, Tirumanimuttar, Karuvattar, and Ayyar flow in the order mentioned to the Kaveri. The second system may be called the Vellar system and concerns mainly the Athur Taluk, between which and Salem there is a watershed plainly noticeable near the Godumalai. To this system belong the Vasishta Nadi and the Sweta Nadi, which drain two parallel valleys running east and west, the former carrying of the drainage of the Kalrayans and the latter that part of the Kollimalais and Pachaimalais. Both these rivers unite outside the district and form the Vellar, from which the system has been named. The third system is that of the Ponnar, which drains the northern portion of the Balaghat and the Baramahal, the northwest corner of Tirupattur, and the southern corner of Dharmapuri excepted. The chief tributaries to this are the Chinnar in Hosur, the Mallapadiyar in Krishnagiri, the Pambar in Tirupattur, and the Vaniyar in Uttankarai. The last and smallest system is that of the Palar, which traverses the northwestern corner of Tirupattur. The district appears to have undergone a double crushing, the forces in the one case working from east to west and in the other from north to south approximately. The result of the double forces is especially noticeable in the series of ranges which cross the center of the district, their general line being from east-southeast to west-northwest and the spurs from northeast to southwest nearly. The system resulting from the east to west pressure may be traced in several distinct lines of hills. Thus, on the extreme east, there is the Javadi Malai, the Kalrayans, Yeralvani, and Valasai Malay ranges, and the Chitteri Malay. A second line may be traced in the Yelagiris, the Kunnatur outcrop, the Mallapuram hill, the Kaurmalai, and the Shevarais. The third line is traceable through the Krishnagiri hills down to the Vattamalai and the Topur hills. A fourth line is represented only in Krishnagiri and by the Pikkilimalai in Dharmapuri, and a fifth runs from Sulagiri with breaks to the Panchapalli hills and the Melagiris and on to the belt which fringes the Kaveri. The sixth line, which is the true Mysore plateau upheaval, is less noticeable, mainly because the Mysore tract to the west is level with it, but it may be seen partially south of Denganikota and Jaulikeri. Anyone who, from the plains, studies the hill system in Krishnagiri will fail altogether to get an approximate idea of the way in which the hills run. True, there are vales like those through which the roads from Krishnagiri to Kaveri Patnam and that from Rayakota to Palakkad run, which might suggest that the hills trend nearly from north to south, but the mass of hills is so tangled and complicated, and the valleys between are so small that a general view is impossible. If, however, the Yelagiri is ascended to the plateau which fronts Jolarpet, a clear view of the whole is obtained. From thence, looking west, a series of long hill ranges running from northeast to southwest may be seen distinctly, commencing in Kangundi and Chittur to the right and running on to the confines of Dharmapuri on the left. These lie one behind the other as far away as the Balaghat, where the further extension is lost to view. Seven separate ranges may be counted, and they cannot better be described than by likening them to surf waves of gigantic size, the seven huge rollers seeming as if they were surging down from Mysore and would dash themselves against the Yelagiri. The best time to see them is in the evening just before sunset, when the western rays throw the eastern sides of the hills into dark shadow, while each topmost ridge glitters brightly against the dark setting of the range beyond. In the glare and haze of the burning sunset, the dark rollers look as if flecked with golden foam. The last example of the north-south ranges is on a small scale with the Allavamalai south of Salem and west of Ghazipur. Of the results of the crushing from south to north, the lines of upheaval south of Denkanikota and Kundukota in the Balaghat are the northern representatives. The Great Range, which crosses the center of the district as above mentioned, may be classed in the same category. The next is south of Salem, where from the Chevrais may be seen three large and distinct ranges running east and west, of which the Jergumalai, the Bodamalai, and Keddamalai are the chief representatives. The Godumalai to the east follows the same direction, as does the ridge which bisects Attur near Mallikarai. The Pachai Malays and Kolli Malays cannot be referred distinctly to either system, partaking as they do partly of both. It is not impossible that the great horseshoe curve in the south of the district, to which Mr. Bruce Foote refers in his memorandum given below, may be in some way the resultant of the double forces. A comparison of the parallel trap-take systems of the Baramahal with those of the southern taluks, which are twisted and run in all directions, will show that while the forces in the Baramahal have generally acted in a uniform direction, there has been a struggle of opposing forces in the Talaghat. Sorry for the delay. Page 91, Soils. For the purposes of the revenue settlement, acres 1,508,642 were classified, 66% of the said area being sandy red soil, 16% loamy red, 16% Rager, chiefly loamy, and 2% permanently improved. The red soils therefore largely predominate, the taluk percentage of this ranging from 68 in Krishnagiri to 91 in Uttankarai. Geologically regarded, the soils are highly interesting and are discussed at length in the Memoirs of the Geological Survey, Volume 4, Part 2, pages 34 to 46 and 120 to 139. They are primarily discussed under the heads of laterite, generally a highly ferruginous conglomeratic deposit of indurated clay, cotton soil, and concur, and again as red soils, lal, alluvial soils, black soils, or rager, and mixed soils, besides which special mention is due to the white or salt soil, chauduman or color bhumi, which is generally a mixture of clay and sand containing large quantities of soda and potash and some common salt, these salts being derived from the decomposition of the highly feldspathic rocks in the neighborhood. The laterite is either pseudo-lateritic, as for instance the decomposed gneiss on the Chevrois, or laterite proper, often highly conglomeratic, which consists essentially of an agglomeration of little rounded particles cemented together by a ferruginous sandy clay, the little nodules or concretions being more distinct in their form towards the upper surface, where they become darker in color, gradually changing from a yellowish red to dark brown or black, eventually becoming quite polished and assuming a semi-metallic luster. Generally, these consist of ferruginous sandy clay, concretionary in structure, but in many cases they are composed of iron ore, showing a gray metallic surface when broken. Grains of sand also are frequently included in the mass, which sometimes assumes a true conglomeratic character. The matrix or cementing material increases in quantity from the interior of the bed to the surface, the latter being harder and less friable than the interior, which is clayey. In its least compact form, this formation occurs as a gravel-like accumulation of small rounded pellets of impure, clayey brown hematite, for which the very suitable name of pisiform lateritic gravel has been proposed by Dr. Oldham. This semi-metallic luster and polished exterior are very deceptive, and at first sight it is difficult to believe that the nodules are more mere concretions or conglomerates, as they look as if they had been fused by intense heat. As for the red soils, the greater part of them is formed by the decomposition of more or less ferruginous rocks, especially the hornblendic varieties. The lal of the plains is not to be distinguished from the red soils on the hills, which are, however, evidently formed by the weathering of the underlying rocks. Of alluvium, the only sample worth mentioning is that of the Kaveri in the southwest corner of the district, into which both humus and sand enter. Of cotton soil, there are numerous spreads in the district, as for instance, north of the Talaimalai and west of Namakkal. Southeast and east of Adamankotai at the southern end of Baramahal Terrace at an elevation of between 14 and 1500 feet above sea level, and around Dharmapuri are several good-sized spreads of typical cotton soil, especially to the north of the road from Dharmapuri to Pennagaram. Eastward of the Mukkanur peak, cotton soil is again found at a very high level and spreads without any important break as far south as the bend of the Topur river. A long strip occupies the northern part of the Manjavadi Valley and extends northwards along the foot of the Tenandamalai for 3 or 4 miles. Several small but typical spreads of Rager occur in the eastern part of the Salem-Athur Valley and also in the great Kottaipatti Valley, which divides the Kalrayan Malay from the Tenande Malay. The very black soil lies, as far as we have seen, on the higher undulations of the comparatively flat country. It is generally of a very dark brownish black color with occasionally grayish or bluish shades. The mineral composition of cotton soil varies considerably, some varieties being so sandy as to constitute a clayey loam, while others are marly or still more rarely form a very stiff clay, all agreeing as a rule in the absence of coarse mineral particles. In dry weather, the surface is seamed with gaping cracks which break it up into irregular polygonal figures, and the soil is then very friable, but in wet weather it becomes a highly tenacious mud. Many of the larger cracks extend 3 or 4 feet in depth, and where numerous render the ground unsafe for rapid riding. According to existing chemical analysis, there is very little organic matter in this soil, the mean result of observations being about 4%. Monsieur D. Archiac quotes the following analysis in his Histoire des Progrès de la Géologie, Volume 2, page 329, but without stating from what part of India the sample in question was derived. Silica 48.2%, alumina 20.3%, carbonate of lime 16%, carbonate of magnesia 10.2%, oxide of iron 1%, water and organic matter 4.3%. In appearance, the cotton soil bears a strong resemblance to the black soil of the Nilgiris, of the Anamalai forests, and of the bottoms and parts of the surfaces of peat bogs in Ireland. It is also very like in appearance and probably of similar origin to the black mud soils at present forming on the beds of most tanks and gills and of some of the backwaters of India. Looking at the cotton soil, then, as compared with these soils, we are inclined to regard it as a sedimentary deposit mixed with organic matter, chiefly vegetable in its origin, and we further believe the deposits to have been formed more generally in fresh than in brackish waters. The black soil or maiden earth, which is formed on the surfaces of peat bogs in Ireland, contains very little organic matter and is derived from the peat through the exposure of the deposit to atmospheric influences when the organic matter is decomposed by the liberation of the carbonic acid. The fine black soil just on the surfaces of the peat bogs and drying up swamps at the bases of many sholas or woods on the Nilgiris is undoubtedly formed in the same manner. In the dense, damp forests of the Anamalais south of Coimbatore, the black soil is still a highly vegetable one, owing to so little exposure to weathering influences. In tank beds and gills of India, generally there is possibly more of animal life going on, but there is at the same time quite sufficient vegetable life to yield the amount of vegetable organic matter necessary for the production of this soil. And above all, these localities are exposed to atmospheric influences far more powerful than is the case with the peat of Ireland or of the Nilgiris. It is the intensification of the weathering influences of the Indian climate which appears to us to be the great agent in the production of this soil and which accounts in great measure for the almost total destruction and consequent absence of all organic remains in recent deposits where we know that life has been so largely developed. Another argument in favor of the freshwater character of the Rager depositing waters may be drawn, and apparently with good reason, from a consideration of the various levels at which the cotton soil occurs. It has already been observed that spreads of Rager occur at a comparatively great elevations above the level of the Indian Ocean, as, for example, at Adamankotai, Dharmapuri, and other places in the Baramahal, and to the west of Namakkal in the low country. In the first cases, if the plains around Dharmapuri and Adamankotai had become covered with Rager through the existence of brackish water lagoons connected with the sea as those of Merkanam or the Chilka and Pulicat lakes, it is evident that the whole of the low country of our area must have been under the waters of the sea in question, out of which the Chevrois and other mountain ranges would alone have risen as islands. No indications remain of such a state of things, and there is good reason for believing that no such great depression of the metamorphic country has taken place since it acquired its present general contour. If such a sea ever did surround the mountains and highlands, it must have been at a period subsequent to the formation of the Kadalur sandstone series, unless we presume the Rager to belong to more than one geological period, a presumption not warranted by our present knowledge of the facts connected with the several formations of cotton soil before enumerated. Supposing such a sea to have existed, the question at once presents itself: what has become of the sedimentary deposits, both littoral and pelagic, formed by it? We can hardly suppose that they would all be so utterly swept away by denudation as not to have left any traces whatever among the numerous and often very tortuous valleys of the mountain country. We cannot then attribute the formation of the Dharmapuri cotton soil to the action of brackish water lagoons connected with a sea washing over greater part of what now forms the Baramahal, but must suppose the Rega to have been deposited in shallow freshwater lakes, or if the water was not fresh, the saline properties must have been derived from the decomposition of the metamorphic rocks of the neighborhood in which the deposit took place. The same argument will apply to the other high-level Rager deposits of the Baramahal and also to those in the neighborhood of Salem, but not so forcibly to those occupying lower level near the coast. The natural lie of the country, as favoring the opinions set forth above, may be studied to great advantage in the southwest corner of the Uttankarai Taluk, over the greater part of the Kadattur Mitta and towards the bases of the Chevrois. Before the Topur river had worked an outlet to the Kaveri, the whole of this tract must have been one spread of shallow water. Kankar is very common in the subsoil, and near the banks of the Vanyar, large deposits are found. The same may be observed in ravines near the Mallapuram railway station. Mr. Bruce Foote of the Geological Survey of India contributes the following memorandum of the geology of the Salem district. The geological structure of Salem district is, so far as it is known, very simple. By far, the larger part is made up of rocks belonging to the great metamorphic or gneissic series of southern India, with a few eruptive rocks in the form of trap dikes and granite veins. The remaining part is occupied by a few unimportant subaerial deposits and the alluvia of the different rivers, which also are very little noteworthy. Simple though the geological features of the district are, they are of much greater interest than is generally the case in many mainly metamorphic regions. But little is known geologically of the district outside of the tract examined by the Geological Survey, which tract includes very little but what lies within the limits of sheet 79 of the Indian Atlas. The parts known outside of those limits are the Kanjumalai and its magnetic iron beds, Sankagiri Durg and a small tract to the east of it, and finally a strip of country averaging 3 miles in width from Tirupattur northwards to the boundary of the district. A description of the area surveyed will be found in Volume 4 of the Memoirs of the Geological Survey of India, cut up by a remarkable plexus of veins of magnesite or carbonate of magnesia. He quotes an analysis of the magnesite by James Prinsep, Esquire. Dr. Benza, whose notes on the geology of the country between Madras and the Nilgiri Hills via Bangalore and via Salem will be found in the Madras Journal of Literature and Science, Volume 4, 1836, seems to have overlooked the presence of Baltimoreite, fibrous serpentine, and chalcedony, both of which occur commonly with the magnesite, and also to have been unaware of the existence there of chromate of iron, a remarkable vein of which was discovered there by Mr. Heath, the founder of the Porto Novo Iron Company. He also failed to observe the great magnetic iron beds of the Kanjamalai. No mention of the mode of occurrence of the magnetic iron beds or of the chromate of iron veins is given in the very numerous letters by Mr. Heath and others concerning the various leases granted by the East India Company to the Porto Novo Iron Company, which had obtained the monopoly of these important minerals. These letters were all published in a bulky parliamentary blue book. References to the geology of Salem district were made by the Reverend C.F. Muzzy of the American Mission at Madura in his remarks on Greenough's geological map of India, which had been submitted to him for comment by the government of Madras. These references, as well as some made by Mr. H. J. Carter in his summary of the geology of India given in his geological papers on Western India, are of no importance. A notice of the magnesite at the Chalk Hills by the late Captain Newbold, Fellow of Royal Society, which is referred to by Mr. Carter, I have not been able to come across. మేల్కొండమ్మా వద్దు ఆ తలుపు కూడా వేసి the metamorphic or gneissic rocks. The members of the Great Gneissic series may be considered in the first place with much advantage, forming as they do by far the greater part of the district and being the base on which rest all the other rocks met with. The South Indian gneiss series is unquestionably of vast geological antiquity, very probably quite as old as the gneissic rocks which in America and Europe are reckoned to the Laurentian system, the oldest as yet determined in any part of the world. Despite their age and the great amount of metamorphism they have undergone, their truly sedimentary origin may in general be clearly seen. The bedding of all the varieties of gneiss is as a rule perfectly clear, and over considerable tracts it is possible to work out the succession of beds with considerable detail and precision. In other parts, however, there has been so much contortion and dislocation of the strata that it is impossible entirely to unravel the confusion they show. The true direction of the outcrop of the bedding or strike, as it is technically called, is in the modern part of the surveyed portion of the district, the northwestern corner of sheet 79, generally more or less northeasterly. Further south, along the Salem-Athur Valley, the strike is more generally northeast by east or even more easterly still. In the extreme south of the district, the rocks form a vast horseshoe curve, a feature of great geological interest and worthy of every attention from future explorers, affording as it does the best and most extensive section of the metamorphic rocks as yet known in southern India. This great curve will be referred to again at some length. As these lines of strike represent a numerous succession of synclinal and anticlinal foldings, it is evident that they are due to the action of some great force or succession of forces compressing the originally horizontal but very slightly inclined strata in a direction at right angles to the axis of the foldings. Page 97. The principal varieties of rock belonging to the gneiss which occur in the eastern part of the Salem district are, in the order of their importance and extent of development: number 1, hornblendic schists and rocks; number 2, quartzo-feldspathic gneiss, massive or schistose; number 3, talcose and chloritic rocks, generally schistose, rarely massive; number 4, magnetic iron bead; number 5, crystalline limestones. There are many intermediate varieties formed locally by graduation of the leading varieties into one another, but as a rule, these are of no great importance. In the two first groups, the varieties range from highly granitoid and porphyritic rocks to finely laminated schists, an intermediate, rather massive but distinctly bedded or laminated form being in each group the most common variety met with. This intermediate massive variety of the hornblende grease may be well studied on the Chevrolet Hills, of which it constitutes the main mass. Also in the group of hills known as the Dharmapuri Hills lying to the northwest of the former. It is in fact the most widely distributed variety of the gneissic rocks in the eastern part of Salem district. The quartzo feldspathic group is well represented in the northern part of the district. On the western side of the Yelagiri mountain near Tirupattur, some beds exposed on the slopes of the mountain show very marked porphyritic structure. The quartzo-feldspathic mass of the rock being crowded with distinct crystals of a lighter colored feldspar, and the rock constitutes a true granite gneiss. Whether the great band of granitite rock occurring at Sankagiri Durg be a true granite, that is, a truly eruptive rock, or simply a band of gneissic rocks converted into granite gneiss by extra metamorphic action along an axis of folding, has yet to be determined. But there can be no doubt that the very numerous veins traversing the main mass of the rock in the Drug Hill are veins of true granite. These veins, which intersect each other at many different angles, form a very striking feature in the scenery of the place. Much of the granite would yield building stone of very great beauty and susceptible of very high polish. The talcose and chloritic schists are also widely distributed. Their largest development is seen along the eastern flank of the Tenande Malay and further north on the banks of the Ponar, across which the beds extend towards the Javadi Hills. The schists are often indurated into a very hard rock, generally of pale bluish green color. In a few places are associated small beds of potstone, an impure variety of talc used for the manufacture of various culinary utensils, which will be referred to again further on. The magnetic iron beds are the most remarkable and interesting of all the gneissic rocks in Salem district on account of their economic value and forming as they do in many places very striking natural features of the country and affording the geologist who is endeavoring to unravel the structure of the metamorphic region greater assistance than do the members of any of the other groups. None of these latter can be followed with much certainty over distance, through which the course of the ferruginous beds can be traced with perfect ease and confidence. The majority of the magnetic iron beds known to the Geological Survey may be referred to five principal groups, but several important ones must be referred to singly. The five groups are: number one, the Kanjumalai group; number two, the Godumalai group; number three, the Singipatti group; number four, the Talaimalai Kollimalai group; number five, the Tirthamalai group. The most accessible and one of the most interesting and important groups is that which heads the list, the Kanjumalai group, so called after the fine bold hill around which the magnetic iron beds are disposed in a concentric ellipse forming part of a great synclinal fold. The hill is in itself a very striking and noteworthy example of a hill formed by circumdenudation, the sides of the synclinal fold having been cut away in such a manner that the highest part of the ridge coincides very nearly with the major axis of the ellipse into which the beds were folded. Three principal iron beds occur here and may be traced with ease in most parts all round the ellipse, which is very elongated and not quite regular in form. The ellipse formed by the lowest iron bed measures 4.5 by 1.5 miles in length and greatest width, and all the beds are tilted up at high angles. The following list shows the series of beds making up the mass of the hill, enumerated in descending order. Number 1. Quartzo hornblendic beds full of large garnets and of great thickness, forming the summit ridge. Number 2. Magnetic iron bed. Number 3. Quartzo hornblendic and hornblendic beds alternating. Number 4. Magnetic iron bed. Number 5. Quartzo feldspathic gneiss. Number 6. Quartzo hornblendic and hornblendic beds alternating. Number 7. Talco-schist highly indurated. Number 8. Hornblendic gneiss. Number 9. Magnetic iron bed. Number 10. Talcoschist, a thin bed much indurated. Number 11. Garnetiferous gneiss. The average thickness of the two lower and principal iron beds may be set down as about 50 feet or possibly rather more. A great talus of ironstone fragments extends all round the hill, but is especially noticeable on the south side, where the fields are thickly strewn with it for a distance of more than a mile from the foot of the hill. In richness, the beds are not constant throughout, but vary gradually from a rock, which to the eye would appear to consist of ore to the extent of 7 parts in 8, the eighth part being quartz, the only mineral associated with the magnetic iron, to one containing about half its bulk of ore. The great mass of the beds consisting of an intermediate quality, in which the cubical and octahedral forms of the magnetic iron can occasionally be traced. The ore generally occurs in grains of various sizes lying in the planes of foliation and sometimes uniting into strings or into small laminar patches. The grains have, when freshly broken, a considerable metallic luster. Weathering, however, gives them a black or very dull purplish grey color. The iron beds show very conspicuously on the flanks of the hills in quasi terraces. These iron beds furnish much of the ore smelted by the natives in the surrounding villages and were also worked certainly as late as 1861 to supply the Porto Novo Iron Company's furnaces at Pulampatti on the Kaveri River some 20 to 25 miles to the westward. From information kindly furnished by Mr. Mailer, at that time the manager of the Porto Novo Iron Company's works, it appears that the yield from this ore was about 55% of pig iron. The quantity of charcoal required was 3¼ tons to every ton of iron produced. Two kinds of workings were in vogue in 1861 for collecting the ore. The first and most generally adopted was to turn up the talus or highly weathered outcrops of the beds by shallow trenches or holes, rarely more than 3 or 4 feet deep, and thence to collect the smallest and most friable pieces, which, if not already sufficiently comminuted, were further reduced by pounding, often with only a round stone to the consistency of a coarse sand. The second kind of workings was by means of rude attempts at shafts, inclining according to the dip of the bed and joined together by still more irregular galleries, all running in a line in the richest part of the bed. The deepest shaft seen was about 15 feet in depth with a diameter of less than 6 feet. No attempt at timbering of any kind had been made. The cost of collecting and picking for the Pulampatti furnaces was about 1¼ rupees per ton, and the carriage thither by bundis about 3¼ rupees. Heavy charges, which, with the great increase in the price of charcoal, eventually led to the closing of the Porto Novo Company's works at that place. Number 2, the Godumalai group of iron beds takes its name from the Godumalai, a fine lofty hill rising in the middle of the great valley stretching eastward from Salem along the southern flanks of the Chevrai, Tenande Malai and Kalrayan mountains. The Godumalai divides this valley, which for convenience I will call the Salem Athur Valley, into two parts, for it forms the watershed between the Vellar River and the Tirumani or Salem River, a tributary of the Kaveri. The summit ridge of the Godumalai consists of a great bed of magnetic iron ore rising into cliffs and pinnacles of great height and beauty. These cliffs are beautiful from their vivid colors as well as from their bold and striking forms. The main mass of the rock is of a deep purple, but where blocks have fallen away and the half-weathered joint surfaces are exposed, the color of the surface is often so intensely red as almost to rival vermilion when lit up by the sun. This red color, toned by streaks of brown, is well displayed on the face of the great precipice occurring on the north side of the ridge just below the summit and forms a fine contrast with the bright green jungle at foot of the precipice. Page 100. The iron beds forming the Godumalai group may be traced from a point 7 miles east by north of Salem along the Godumalai ridge, then past Belur, northeastward up the Naya Malai and thence along the eastern slopes of the Tenande Malai for many miles. The main bed, which is very rich along the ridge of the Godumalai, is in places fully 100 feet thick and dips north at a high angle. Where seen on the Belur Hill and on the Nayamalai Plateau, the bed is again very rich in its content of iron, but immediately it is poorer. At the western end of the Godumalai, two principal beds appear, but in the Nayamalai, four are seen. The main bed at the west end of the Godumalai Ridge furnished in 1861 the ore smelted in a considerable number of native furnaces in neighboring villages. Number 3. The Singipatti Group. Lying 4 miles south of the Godumalai is another group of iron beds forming part of a synclinal fold extending some 10 miles in a generally east-northeast to west-southwest direction. In this group, there are three principal beds which are most largely developed in the northern side of the synclinal axis, the corresponding beds to the south being cut off by faults to the west of Singipatti and obscured by thick superficial deposits east of the villages. This group is not specially remarkable for its richness. Of the three principal iron beds, which are separated from each other by intervening thick beds of hornblendic and quartzo-feldspathic gneiss, the west or northernmost is richest. Where seen to the south-southeast of the traveller's bungalow at Valapadi, it is about 50 feet thick, which is also about the average thickness of the other two beds north of the synclinal axis. This Singipuram group appears to be connected with the iron beds occurring in the southwestern part of the Kalrayan mountain group. Number 4. The Thalaimalai Kollimalai group. The magnetic iron beds reckoned to this group spread over a much wider space than those in the foregoing groups. They figure very conspicuously in the vast horseshoe curve formed by the gneissic beds in the southern part of the district. This huge curve, which includes the whole mass of the Kollimalais and the Thalaimalai, the most southerly mountain in the Salem district, has its apex to the west outside of the limits of the area surveyed by the geological surveyors. But the curve of many of the inner or upper beds was traced with perfect ease, demonstrating the reality of the flexure. To the east of the Kullimalai and Thalaimalai mountains, the beds belonging to the Great Curve are lost sight of under the great spreads of cotton soil which cover the northwestern side of the Trichinopoly district. But could they be followed up, there is but little doubt that a distant connection could be traced between the iron beds of this group and several that occur in the Pachaimalai mountains in the last named district. The principal iron beds of this group are four in number, three of them occurring about halfway up in the total thickness of beds reckoned as belonging to the Great Curve, the fourth occurring at a much higher level but in obscure relation to the others. It occurs at Mahadevi near the southeastern corner of the Kollimalais and will be described further on. In the southern arm of the curve, two of these have been traced from a little north of Tatayangarpettai westward to and along the most northerly ridge outlying from the Thalaimalai. Thence they extend westward, forming two well-marked wall-like ridges nearly to the Karuvattar River, reappearing from under the alluvium and continuing a west-northwesterly course for a distance of about 12 miles, beyond which they were not surveyed. The third bed is an overlying one, not much developed in the southern arm of the curve, but best seen on the Kumarapatti hill a few miles to the south-southwest of Namakkal. The representative of the two first beds in the north arm of the curve is a great bed forming a ridge which commences at Vellalapatti, 7 miles northwest by north of Namakkal, and runs northeast by east for several miles. 4 miles eastward of the Trichinopoly-Salem road, this great bed runs up and along a very conspicuous ridge, the Belukurichi Ridge, forming its crest for several miles till cut off by a great trap dike and apparently faulted with a great dislocation to the north. The shift appears to amount to nearly 2 miles, but can hardly be considered as proven owing to the intervening grounds being covered by a large tank and the platy flat below it. What appears to be the continuation of this iron bed runs up the most northwesterly spur of the Kollimalais and is finally lost sight of in the jungle on the northern flanks of the mountains. The upper or Kumarapatti hill bed is represented in the northern arm of the curve by two fine rich beds forming the backbone of the Ullalapuram ridge 5 miles northwest of Namakkal. These beds cross the Nainamalai hill and come within the influence of the great fault just mentioned, by which they are not much shifted but have their dip changed from a southerly to a northerly one, being in fact inverted. They then run up the western flank of the Kollimalais, where they are probably again seen in the magnetic iron beds on the high ridge north of Pilam. It is very likely also that the bed of this group are associated with the rich and important beds of the Tamampatti Valley, though the connection was not traced across the very jungly region intervening. The iron ore obtained from the lower beds on the Great Belukuruchi Ridge west of the Great Fault is of excellent quality, and the iron obtained from it was the most highly esteemed of all manufactured in the district. The very numerous furnaces at Namagiripet and other villages in the Rasipuram taluk used to be fed with ore from this bed. The Mahadevi bed above mentioned is noticeable more because of the remarkably distinct and well defined double curve it has been bent into than for its richness, which is but very moderate. Unfortunately, it is surrounded on all sides by great spreads of thick soil, which completely prevent its relations to the great curve being worked out, but it must be regarded only as a minor crumpling within the great horseshoe. As in the great curve, the apices of the double curves both lie to the west, and the arms extend away to the east, embracing two hills. The decomposition of the iron-bearing rock has here given rise to the formation subaerially of a marked lateritic crust covering the magnetic iron in part. Number 5. The Tirthamalai group. The most northerly group of iron beds in the surveyed area is that called after the Tirthamalai, a fine bold mountain forming the extreme northern extremity of the Tenande Malai mass. The group consists of two great and in parts very rich beds forming the backbone and summit of the Tirthamalai ridge, and a third bed 3 miles to the east on the banks of the Ponar river. On the east side of the mountain, the iron beds, which have a dip of 82 degrees west, form a very grand precipice, many hundred feet high and exhibiting in great perfection the beautiful coloring described as belonging to the Godumalai iron cliffs. The iron made from the ore quarried close to the Tirthamalai pagoda is highly esteemed, and the beds being between 50 and 100 feet, or possibly much more thick each, the quantity of ore is practically inexhaustible. To the north, the Tirthamalai beds extend beyond the limits of the area surveyed and may very probably extend into the Javadi hill group. To the south of the pagoda, the bed can only be traced for 1.5 miles and are then lost sight of under thick soil in a heavy jungle. It is probable that the Tirthamalai beds occupy a very much higher horizon in the gneissic series than do the Godumalai beds, but the evidence obtained was insufficient to establish the inference suggested by the relative positions of the two groups of beds indicated on the map. The third member of the Tirthamalai series is a fine rich bed occurring at Mondakuli on the Ponar river, which it crosses. Its course is a short one, both once being covered up by thick soil at no great distance from the river. The single beds of magnetic iron not referable to any of the above groups but yet deserving mention are: Number 1. A small but rich bed on the south side of the remarkable elliptical basin forming the Mallikarai hill in the Atur taluk, already referred to when speaking of the Kanjumalai synclinal ellipse. Number 2 and 3. Two good beds on the south flank of Paitur hill. Number 4. A bed on the south side of the Atur hill which supplies the furnaces at Atur village. Number 5. A small bed of rich ore close to the southern base of Keddamalai in Salem taluk. Crystalline limestones. crystalline limestones were found in only two places within the surveyed area, the one being Shattambur, 7 miles southwest of Namakkal, the other a little to the east of Mahunpalayam on the Madras Railway, east of Sankagiri Durg. In the former case, the beds extend for a couple of miles to the eastward of the village, the easterly extremity disappearing under cotton soil. The beds, which are chiefly greyish white in color, include also some greenish and pink beds. The whole mass is several hundred feet thick and calculated to yield a vast quantity of splendid stone, admirably fitted for all building purposes, ornamental as well as ordinary. Lime could also be burnt to very great advantage for purposes requiring purity and good color. A solitary bed lies about 3/4 of a mile south of the principal group of beds. The Mahon beds are much less important, being but of small extent. Their position, however, is favorable as they cross the railway line and could be made available with great ease if any demand for the limestone existed. They are greyish white and pink mottled in color. Pot stone. Several small beds of this variety of impure hard talc occur among the gneissic beds in different parts of the district and deserve notice because furnishing a material used to some extent for the manufacture of various cooking utensils as pots, bowls, plates, and dishes, which are or were in considerable request. These utensils, which are but of rude shape, are made by chiseling out lumps of the stone, which are placed on pads of rag or straw on the workmen's slabs. The presence of crystals of iron pyrites, which are very common in the grey or whitish drab stone, causes much loss to the workmen as they find the stone very brittle in parts. The fire resisting qualities of the vessels appears to be one of their great recommendations. They are said to be specially employed by Brahmins. The three principal localities where these beds of pot stone occur and are worked are Tandagaundan 17 miles east southeast of Salem, Karupur, 6 miles northwest of Salem, and Yerumaipatti, 9 miles southeast of Namakkal. Corundum. Certain beds, probably belonging to the gneissic series, have been worked for emery or corundum, which was formerly, if not now, exported from Salem. The localities where these occur were not visited by Mr. King or myself, and nothing appears ever to have been published about them from which to judge of their nature. Rubies are said to have been found occasionally at the same places, but I have not been able to learn on whose authority the statement was based. Intimately connected with the metamorphic rocks of the district are two groups of rocks which must themselves be looked upon as of metamorphic origin. These are firstly the quartz veins and secondly the magnesite veins occurring so numerously at Chalk Hills near Salem. The former group, the quartz veins, are with one exception of little interest in the Salem district as far as they are known. They are few in number and small in size as a rule. Only three need be referred to. These are number one, a vein of large size on the north face of the Melakupur hill, 3 miles west southwest of Athur, and two, a large vein 3 miles southeast of Morapur railway station, both which veins are full of cavities left by the removal of some mineral forming rhombic crystals. What that mineral was cannot now be determined. Number three, a great mass of pure white quartz issuing out of the jungle on the east flank of the Gundur or southernmost spur of the Chevrai Mountains. This fine mass, locally known as the White Elephant Rock, rises about 120 feet from an irregular base, the diameter of which I estimated at 200 feet as seen from the top of the mountain rising behind it. It presents the appearance of being a rudely cylindrical intrusive mass rather than part of an ordinary quartz vein. The mass is much cut up by great vertical joints, by one of which the hillmen get up to rob the wild bees' nests on the summit. The quartz is of very pure color, and not a speck of any other mineral could be found in it. The magnesite veins occur chiefly at the chalk hills near Salem, but are also met with at a few other places in the district, but are there much fewer in number and less well developed. A description of their mode of occurrence at the chalk hills will also give a clear idea of their appearance at the other localities. The name Chalk Hills was long since given to a rather barren tract of slightly hilly ground north and northwest of Salem town. Over a great part of this tract, the surface is whitened by numerous small veins of magnesite, the white color of which doubtless suggested the name given to the locality. The tract of altered rocks over which the magnesite veins extend covers some 12 square miles in two areas stretching from a little west of the railway, a couple of miles northwest of the Salem station, northeastward to the western foot of the Chevron Mountains. The southern area, which is very much the smaller, forms a low ridge about 3 miles long and lies about 3/4 of a mile south of the northern area. The shape of the northern area is irregular. In plan, it is leg of mutton shaped, with the broad end abutting on the spurs of the chevrons and much obscured by low jungle. The surface of both areas is cut up by innumerable magnesite veins running in every possible direction. But the more important veins are seen to follow certain definite lines, coinciding with the joint fissures observed in the unaltered igneous rocks in the immediate vicinity. The principal veins range from north-northeast to east in their bearing, but if the minor ones be also considered, nearly every point of the compass would have its representative. The following is the description of the aspect of the chalk hills given by Mr. King and myself in our memoir on the geology of Salem and etc. already quoted. The southern or smaller of these altered areas has the form of a low, broad ridge, seamed in every possible direction by the veins of magnesite, which, being harder than the main mass of the altered rocks, stand out from 3 or 4 or even 4 feet down to an inch or two over the general surface and seam the ridge all over as with a rude network. The veins generally underlie at a great angle or are vertical. The course of the veins is generally straight for several yards. They then turn and follow some other directions, but often divide and twist about in a most puzzling manner. In color, the veins were freshly broken or exposed by recent denuding action of heavy rains are of a pure white, very dazzling and painful to the eyes when the sun is shining brightly. When the veins have been long exposed to the weather, they have become much blackened, and wherever the rock shows any asperities or when seen from a distance, present as might be expected various shades of grey. Occasionally, however, the grey or brownish stain extends through the magnesite itself, indicating in all probability the admixture of some foreign mineral substance. In width, these veins rarely exceed 2 or 3 feet and are generally very much smaller. Those occurring in the northern area are generally larger than the southern ones, but not so well defined and more conker-like in appearance. Though the magnesite veins are white in color, these so-called chalk hills present but a very faint resemblance to hillocks of true white chalk, which are generally quite smooth and covered with turf, whereas this magnesite-bearing region is far from being generally white and is eminently dry, rugged, and barren, hardly anything but a few stunted shrubs, chiefly of the genus Dodonia, and a thorn-bearing acacia, Acacia latronum, growing where the white veins are most abundant. Associated with the magnesite are minute veins of baltimorite or fibrous serpentine, generally of pale green color, but here and there the largest of these veins, never exceeding 6 inches in thickness, show pieces of a rich bluish green. Weathered and water-worn pieces often show rich tints of yellow, brown, red, and purple, but on the outside only. Of compact serpentine, only very small fragments were found in 1 or 2 nullas as pebbles. Thin coatings of chalcedony not unfrequently cover the surface of the magnesite or penetrate the mass of it. The chalcedony itself is frequently covered with a layer of very minute crystals of quartz. The chalcedony appears also in the earthy mass which the magnesite veins traverse, especially in the northern area and at the southeast extremity of the south ridge. And in this reddish or brownish earthy rock, it occurs so frequently as to cause portions to pass into impure jasper, numerous fragments of which may be seen strewing the ground, more especially where the magnesite veins are least numerous. For example, at the east end of the south area, where the matrix rock presents to a very remarkable degree the appearance of having been baked and burned into a cindery consistence. Here, the chalcedonic and jaspery coating, a network of innumerable small threads and veins, penetrate the rock in every direction. The magnesite also not unfrequently forms such a network in the immediately surrounding rock. Fragments of chromate of iron are found occasionally lying about the northern area. They are probably derived from a vein of that valuable mineral exposed in an old and in 1861 abandoned mine near the center of the area. The vein, judged from the direction of several shafts sunk there, seems to have a north-northeast and south-southwest course, but the mine was inaccessible when visited by me. The ore, judging from specimens picked up at the pit's mouth, seems to occur in a true lode, giving off minute strings into the surrounding mass. The reddish brown earthy rock, which occurs so largely throughout both areas and which somewhat resembles an impure serpentine, is probably a much altered hornblendic or talco schist, beds of which occur immediately outside the area. In the southern part of the northern area, that red rock is represented by a coarse black porphyritic hornblendic rock of very Trappian appearance, but which passes beyond the area of alteration into unaltered coarse hornblendic schist. The other localities at which magnesite veins are found are number 1 near Mudunaikanpatti, 3/4 of a mile southwest of the village and 6 miles southeast of Namakkal. Number 2, Pautram, written Pavitram, 10 miles east southeast of the former locality. Number 3, a little north of Moorpatti and 6 miles northeastward of Pautram, just on the borders of Trichinopalli district. Number 4, a small valley opening out eastward from the Malai or Ishwaramalai, 19 miles east-south of Salem. At all these places, the magnesite veins appear under circumstances strongly resembling, though on a very small scale, those found at the chalk hills. No trace of any organism was found in either the magnesite or the associated siliceous centers, and there is no evidence by which to fix the geological age of these remarkable examples of the remetamorphism of metamorphic rocks. The cause of this remetamorphism appears from careful consideration of the several examples cited, and still more from the study of another and very remarkable case at Tripunguli, 8 miles north by west of Trichinopalli, to be the action of thermal waters charged with carbonic acid and other corrosive gases. Rest for a few minutes, most 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Igneous rocks. The igneous rocks found in Salem district are all younger than the great metamorphic series into and through which they have been intruded from below. The representatives of this family of rocks we have to deal with belong to two groups, the granite veins and the trap dikes. Number one, granite veins. Beside the very remarkable flexes of granite veins occurring in and around the Sankagiri Durg, already mentioned above, but very few of any importance occur in the surveyed area. The following may be named. Number one, a vein occurring at Kalingapatti in the Namakkal Taluk, remarkable for containing feldspar crystals of huge size. These are associated with large plates of coarse blackish green talc. Number two, a large granite vein east of the traveler's bungalow at Valiapatti on the Salem Trichinopalli road, in which the central part of the mass shows that peculiar arrangement of the quartz and feldspar that has been called graphic granite from the ends of the quartz crystals on cross-fracture surface presenting some resemblance in shape to Hebrew characters. The sides of the vein consist of common quartzo-feldspathic granite of coarse texture. Number three, a very large vein running nearly parallel with the Salem Bangalore road from close to Dharmapuri to the foot of the high hills east of the Topur Ghat, a distance of nearly 10 miles. The vein is everywhere much obscured by debris. Number two, trap dikes. These are not very numerous in Salem district, but some few occur which are of sufficient size and importance to be noteworthy. These are number one, a group consisting of 5 very large dikes traversing the country north of the Chevrai Mountains in a southeast by east to northwest by west direction. These rise in parts into high ridges forming conspicuous objects in the landscape. They are traceable for long distances, though lost sight of here and there under thick soil or jungle. The most southerly of the group, which crosses the Kaurmalai, a great hill north of the Chevrai Mountains, and the Dharmapuri Mountains as a very large black mound, can be followed for 28 miles including breaks. The second dike, which lies 5 miles to the northward, is 23 miles long, while the fourth and fifth have a closely parallel course of some 28 miles from their eastern extremity to where they leave the surveyed area. How much further they may extend to the westward remains to be seen. The two northernmost dikes form the backbone, as it were, of hill ridges many hundred feet high, where they cross the northern part of the Tenande Malai. A group of large dikes radiating from the Paitur Malai, a group of high hills lying between the Kalrayan Malai and Pachai Malai. The group consists of two principal dikes and a number of branches. The former are remarkable for their great and form striking objects rising into high black crested ridges 500 to 1000 feet and upward over the plain. The more important because the longer of the two has a course of 17 miles from a point 3 miles east southeast of Atur and runs generally southwest by south. The second dike branches off from the first about 6.5 miles from its southern extremity and runs for about 14 miles nearly north-northwest. Though of great size, these dikes, like the great majority of others in this region, have caused no apparent disturbance of the gneissic rocks into which they have been injected, nor can any fusing or other metamorphic action be traced where the two sets of rocks are seen in contact. From this, it may be inferred that they occupy lines of joint fissures which were already in existence when the volcanic action set up, which caused the intrusion of the basaltic trap and were not formed by violent rupture of the overlying rocks, which process could hardly have taken place without great disturbance of the strata broken through. These dikes are all of the same age. There are no intersections at the points of junction. On the contrary, a homogeneous rock branches off on all sides, the only difference traceable being a difference in the texture of the dikes, be very dissimilar in size, in which case the rock in the smaller dikes is more compact and fine-grained than in the larger ones. Number 3. But one more dike need be referred to. It is a large dike running in a remarkably straight line for 12 miles northeast by northward from the northern slope of the Nainamalai, 8 miles north-northeast of Namakkal. This dike is remarkable because connected with the Great Fault and dislocation of the magnetic iron beds at the east end of the Belur-Kurichi Ridge and on the eastern side of the Nainamalai, which were mentioned when describing the iron beds of the Talaimalai-Kollimalai group. The injection of the trap in all probability took place along an old line of weakness caused by the faulting of the rocks and was not the cause of the fault. The trap rock forming these dikes is in most cases a coarse black basalt. Subaerial rocks. Two leading kinds of subaerial rocks are very commonly, though not extensively, developed in this district. The first is the well-known calcareous turfs, known popularly as kankar, formed by the decomposition of lime-holding rocks by rainwater, which deposits the lime when evaporating at or very near the surface. The second is a ferruginous clay incrustation formed on the surface of ferruginous rocks weathering in a damp atmosphere. Example, the so-called laterite on the summits of the Sher Ryan and other mountains. The name of laterite having been restricted to ferruginous clayey beds of sedimentary origin should be avoided in reference to such strictly subaerial rocks as the capping of the Sher Ryan. In the same category with the iron clay encrusting the high mountain peaks should be placed the local aggregations loose or compacted of clayey hematite pellets often found in or underlying highly ferruginous red soils. The alluvial deposits. The alluvium of the Kaveri has not been studied as yet in this district, and the alluvia of the smaller streams are too unimportant to require special notice. The valley of the slightly auriferous Ponnar. There are no thermometrical means available for the whole district. The readings, owing to the varying elevation of the different taluks of one station, would be no guide to the general temperature of another. The readings for a year have been given in the taluk notices of Hosur and Salem. The average district rainfall is 38.23 inches. The subjoined statement shows the monthly rainfall for a series of 7 years. Okay, it's a table. The following extracts from the Jamabandi reports show the state of the season from firstly 1241, that is 1831-32, to firstly 1289, that is 1879-80. From firstly 1241 to 1244, the extracts are from the Huzur records. After that, up to firstly 1261, the extract is taken from the appendix to board proceedings number 5270, dated 20th July 1868. The remaining extracts are from the Jamabandi reports. Firstly, 1241, that is 1831 to 1832. The rains set in early. Many mild but copious showers fell throughout the district in the months of March, April, and May and promised a favorable season, in consequence of which the ryots readily engaged in the tillage of their lands. And by the end of May, much seed was in the ground, especially in the Baramahal and Upper Taluks. The subsequent want of rain, however, entirely blighted some and did much mischief to all the growing crops and nearly stopped all agricultural operations until September, when plentiful rains again replenished the tanks. And of this, though then somewhat late, the riots eagerly took advantage. For the last crops, the rains completely failed, and much of the produce was in consequence destroyed. On the whole, the rains were insufficient for even an average produce from either the dry or wet crops, and considering the injurious check the cultivation of the district experienced from want of rain between June and September, especially in the three Pine-Ghat taluks of Omalur, Atur, and Trichangod, and in Tenkarai Kotai and Tirupattur of the Baramahal, the season cannot be regarded otherwise than unfavorable, and except for the timely fall of rain in September, would have proved a distressing one. Average current price of grain during firstly 1241 per garse. Rice first sort rupees 159 annas 15. Rice of the second sort rupees 144 7 annas and 4 pies. Paddy of the first sort 73 rupees 13 annas and 5 pies. Paddy of the second sort 66 rupees 4 annas and 6 pies. Ragi 61 rupees 7 annas and 5 pies. Kambu 61 rupees 3 annas. Cholam 70 rupees 12 annas and 6 pies. Varagu 45 rupees 6 annas and 4 pies. Wheat 251 rupees 2 annas and 11 pies. Dal 112 rupees 10 annas and 5 pies. Horse gram 62 rupees 13 annas and 2 pies. Bengal gram 163 rupees 2 annas and 2 pies. Black gram 130 rupees 9 annas and 6 pies. Green gram 103 rupees 7 annas and 8 pies. Machai 68 rupees 12 annas and 10 pies. Sea salt 209 rupees 12 annas and 2 pies. Firstly 1242, that is years 1832 to 1833. The commencement of the season promised very favorably and induced the cultivators to engage actively in their field operations, but subsequently failed entirely and ruined their prospects. The distress has been in consequence very great. It would not have pressed so peculiarly hard on the riot if the season had proved unfavorable from the commencement, as he would not then have sown his lands, which, if left uncultivated, would, according to the system observed in this district, have been exempted from any payment, but from its having been otherwise, and the lands having been extensively ploughed and sown, the failure of the rains caused not only the loss of crop to the cultivator, but also left him burdened with the assessment of the land, when, besides his seed and labor, he had lost the produce, the only source from which he had to pay the demand. The distress was further enhanced by the unusual rise of price, which was 71% above that of the previous year. By extensive farmers, this would not perhaps be felt, as the high prices would probably more than counterbalance the diminished produce, but to the petty farmers, and they form 9/10 of the cultivating community in this district, the case is very different. In the most favorable season, the surplus produce they can bring to market after supplying the wants of their families is barely sufficient to defray the land assessment, but in a year of drought like the past, when the produce extensively fails, they are left without the means of subsistence, much less the means of paying the government demand. The poor ryots had not even the resource of selling their cattle left, as these, from want of water and pasture, died in great numbers, and the few which survived were in so miserable a condition as to be totally unsaleable. Many of the ryots, indeed, as well as the other inhabitants, were reduced to the necessity of supporting life by gathering roots and herbs in the jungles, from the pernicious quality of which many are reported to have died. In addition to this, cholera was not slow in its ravage on the population. It appeared at intervals in different parts of the district, and the mortality during the year has been very great. 14,214 individuals are reported to have died from this disease, of whom 6,923 were cultivators and the remainder 7,291 other inhabitants. I have said that 9/10 of the cultivators in this district exist in great indigence. The following classification of them, according to the amount of land tax they each pay, will best exemplify this. Number of rights paying below 10 rupees, 63,602. From 10 to 15 rupees, 12,774. From 15 to 20 rupees, 7,314. From 20 to 25 rupees, 4,529. Total in all 88,219. From 25 to 50 rupees, 8,017. 50 rupees and upwards, 2,638. Grand total 98,874. Of the whole cultivators in the district amounting to 98,874, you will observe that no less than 88,219 pay below 25 rupees and 3/4 of these even less than 10 rupees. From land of this small assessment, even in the most favorable year, it must be allowed there can be very little surplus after defraying the expenses of cultivation and of subsistence to augment the capital and means of the riot. But in an adverse season, after deducting the maintenance of the family, it is clear there can be no surplus produce even to pay the land tax. The following statement exhibits the sale prices during the firstly of three descriptions of grain commonly used in this district. These are ragi, cholam, and kambu. The first varied from 44.5 to 14 measures per rupee, averaging 25 and 7 upon 16 measures. The second varied from 41 to 12 measures per rupee, averaging 23 and 7 in 16 parts of measures. The third varied from 42.5 to 13 and 3/4 measures per rupee, average 26 and 1 part in 18 measures. Allowing then that a man consumed daily on the lowest scale 1 measure of any of the above, his annual expenditure would be, if he used ragi, rupees 15, 12 annas and 5 pice, cholam 17 rupees 14 annas and 8 pice, and kambu 15 rupees 13 annas and 7 pice. Including a family of a wife and 2 children and allowing 3 measures daily, his annual charge will be rupees 47 5 annas 3 pice, rupees 53 12 annas and 0 pice, and rupees 47 and 8 annas and 9 pice respectively. If to this is added the expense of salt, spices, and the requisite condiments, also a cloth and a kambli to each member of the family, the charge will be considerably enhanced. And from the circumstances in which I have shown the mass of the cultivating community of this district to be placed, a season of privation and distress like the past could not fail to be most severely felt. Remission, which is not allowed in ordinary seasons, became indispensably necessary, and your board having sanctioned it and furnished further instructions for my guidance, it only remained for me to carry your orders into effect. Average current price of grain for firstly 1242 per garse, rice of what sort, rupees 248, 4 annas and 5 pice. Rice of the second sort, rupees 228, 5 annas. Paddy of the first sort, rupees 113, annas 13 and 8 pice. Paddy of the second sort, rupees 104, annas 7 and 4 pice. Ragi 123 rupees, annas 8. Kambu rupees 122, annas 1, 10 pice. Cholam 141 rupees, annas 11 and pice 1. Varagu rupees 141, 11 annas and 1 pice. Varagu 82 rupees 9 annas and 7 pice. Wheat 371 rupees 13 annas and 10 pice. Dal 248 rupees 4 annas and 9 pice. Horse gram 153 rupees 6 annas and 7 pice. Bengal gram 294 rupees 5 annas and 9 pice. Black gram 217 rupees 10 annas and 10 pice. Green gram 220 rupees 14 annas and 11 pice. Beans 169 rupees 8 annas and 1 pice. Sea salt 213 rupees 9 annas and 5 pice. Firstly 1243 and of the year 1833 to 1834. The past season proved below an average one. The rains fell partially and unequally and were on the whole scanty. This added to the diminution of the cultivating population from death and emigration, and the extensive mortality amongst their cattle from want of water and forage during the previous year has occasioned a considerable decrease in the extent of punja cultivation. There was a considerable increase, however, as might be expected, in the Nanja cultivation of the Baramahal and upper taluks from the season being more favorable than the preceding, but in all the other lower taluks, there was a decrease in the Nanja as well as the Punja, especially in the taluk of Sankagiri Durgam, where little or no rain fell either in this or the previous year, and where distress is consequently much more severely felt than in any other part of this district. Statement showing the average current price of grain in the Zilla of Salem for firstly 1243 per garse. Rice of the first sort 313 rupees 15 annas 9 pice. Rice of the second sort 281 rupees. Paddy of the first sort 144 rupees 9 annas and 3 pice. Paddy of the second sort 129 rupees 12 annas and 1 pice. Ragi 162 rupees 9 annas and 7 pice. Kambu 139 rupees 12 annas. Cholam 176 rupees 13 annas 3 pice. Varagu 100 rupees 2 annas and 1 pice. Wheat 604 rupees 11 annas and 9 pice. Dal 349 rupees 12 annas and 10 pice. Horse gram 226 rupees 13 annas and 3 pice. Bengal gram 474 rupees 10 annas and 11 pice. Bengal gram 332 rupees 1 annas and 2 pice. Green gram 352 rupees 9 annas and 11 pice. Beans 258 rupees 5 annas and 5 pice. Sea salt 230 rupees 4 annas and 4 pice. Firstly 1244 equivalent to years 1834 to 1835. The past season may be considered much more favorable than that of the year preceding. In the cultivation of dry land, there has been in every taluk a considerable increase, and with some exceptions, a small increase also in the wet. Notwithstanding this satisfactory outturn, the season was in some respects unfavorable from the rains being either insufficient or unseasonable for particular descriptions of grain. Amongst the dry grains, for gingerly oilseed, cholam, kambu, and a few other kinds of pulse, which require a good supply in the months of May and June, the rains were inadequate, especially for the first mentioned grain. For ragi and cotton, the cultivation of which I am glad to say is extending, especially in the southern taluks, which are sown in June and July, the rains were both plentiful and timely. But for horse gram, black gram, Bengal gram, and wheat, which is but partially sown, as well as for a few other kinds of pulse, which are cultivated from August to October, the rains were very inadequate. For wet and garden lands, the tanks and wells throughout the district received a poor supply, more so, however, in the Balaghat and Payanghat than in the Baramahal taluks. Comparative statement of cultivation. In firstly 1243, Punja 4,54,927 acres and Nanja 44,955 acres. In firstly 1244, Punja 5 lakhs 34,252 acres, and Nanja 45,227 acres. Firstly, 1245 equivalent to 1835 to 36. Season somewhat more favorable than the preceding one. Prices fell 34%, but this was scarcely felt owing to the abundant produce. Prices per garse. Average price of dry grains 82 per garse. Average price of white paddy 82 per garse. Firstly, 1246 equivalent to years 1836 to 37. The season opened well, but the later rains failed. The crops, especially in the lower taluks, suffered severely, and not only the quantity but the quality of all was deteriorated, and the cultivation of the second anja crop in general prevented from the inadequate supply of water which the tanks received. The total produce of the district is estimated to have been about one-fourth below that of the preceding year. Prices began to rise in May and continued pretty steady till September, but owing to the failure of rain, they rose very considerably afterwards, especially in the southern part of the district where the unfavorableness of the season was more severely felt. Prices per garse. Dry grains rupees 106, white paddy rupees 106. Firstly, 1247 equivalent to years 1837 to 38. The season opened unfavorably but subsequently improved greatly. The produce of the dry lands was everywhere much below an average crop. In the two upper taluks, not much above one half. The wet lands yielded fairly. In consequence of a great demand for grain to export to Coimbatore and the southern districts, prices rose 17% above those of the former firstly and enabled the riots with facility to meet the government demand. Firstly, 1248 equivalent to 1838 to 39. The season was more favorable and the yield overall may be estimated at three quarters of a full crop. Firstly, 1249, 1839 to 40. The season may be considered somewhat more favorable than the last. The outturn of the crops was very similar to that of firstly 1246 and estimated at a three-quarter crop. And although the prices were somewhat lower in this than in the former year, in consequence of the more favorable state of the season in Mysore and northward, preventing the same demand which existed in firstly 1248, yet the people have been able to pay up the revenue without much difficulty, either to themselves or to the government servants. Firstly, 1250, 1840-41. Season favorable. Prices fell considerably and some of the people found difficulty in meeting the government demand. Firstly, 1251, 1841 to 42. More favorable for Nanja and less favorable for Punja than the preceding year. Prices continued to fall and the difficulty of disposing of their grain except at an unremunerating price and of procuring silver has been considerably felt by the riots. Firstly, 1252, 1842 to 43. Season somewhat less favorable than the preceding. Prices rather lower. Firstly, 1253, 1843 to 44. Season still less favorable and prices falling. With a scanty produce and the present prevailing prices, the punja cultivation must have been seriously inconvenienced. Firstly, the 1254, 1844 to 45. The season was altogether unfavorable. Prices rose in consequence. Firstly, 1255, 1845-46. The season under review was very unfavorable and worse than that of the previous firstly. The failure of rain which continued throughout the year put a stop to the progress of cultivation both Punja and Nanja, and the crops on the ground suffered so much from drought as to compel the collector to solicit the board's sanction to grant remission on shavy and waste. The produce of the lands cultivated was in Punjab from 1/16 to 6/16 and in Nanja under tanks from 1/8 to 1/2. The Nanja lands irrigated by river channels alone yielded from 3/4 to a full crop. The loss of cattle from sickness and from want of pasture and water was very great. The increase in the prices of grain of every description is great and caused by a failure of the crops. This in itself has been the cause of great depression and distress throughout the district. Firstly, 1256, 1846 to 47. Season unfavorable but not so severe as that of the past. The produce of Nanja averaged 13/16, that of Punjab one half. The increase in the prices of grain of every description is great and caused by a failure of crop. Firstly, 1257, 1847 to 48. The season was decidedly more favorable than either of the preceding. The fall of rain was not very regular, and in some tracts there was still a deficiency. But on the whole, the Punjab crops must have returned a fair crop, and this was indicated by a decided fall in prices as the season advanced. Had the season followed a course of average years, it would have been considered a fair one, but one more decidedly favorable is required after a series of years so unfavorable as those we have experienced before the country can fully recover from their effects. To show the effects of these seasons more distinctly, I continued to separate the average prices of the years 1255 to 56 and that under review. Firstly, 1257 from the average of previous 10 years, and it will be seen that although the average was lower than that of last year, it only fell back to that of 1255, a year of great scarcity, and was still far above that of the previous 10 years. Kambu Pargarse, average of 10 years, rupees 84. In firstly 1255, rupees 122. In firstly 1256, rupees 168. In firstly 1257, rupees 125. Cholam Pargarse, average of 10 years, rupees 96. In firstly 1255, rupees 149. In firstly 1256, rupees 187. In firstly 1257, rupees 141. On the other hand, the monthly returns prove that the chief pressure was felt during the earlier months and was the result of the scanty crops of former years and the apprehension of a further rise in prices, and that as soon as the harvest was commenced, a rapid fall took place. Firstly, 1258, 1848 to 49. The season was more favorable than in the preceding year. The decrease in the prices of grain of every description is great, which is principally attributed to the favorableness of the season. Firstly, 1259, 1849 to 50. The season was very unfavorable, the average yield of the district being half in Punjab and 3/8 in Nanja. The results of the season may, to a considerable extent, have been expected to create an enhancement in the price of produce. Firstly, 1260, 1850 to 51. On the whole, the firstly was far more favorable than the preceding one and left but little to desire. The general market rate of most of the grains grown in the district fell below the selling price of the previous year. Firstly, 1261, 1851 to 52, the dry crops supplied a satisfactory yield. Generally, the wet cultivation did not afford so favorable a return as could have been wished. On the whole, the outturn of the season may be taken as a moderately good one. The average sale prices of the grains which constitute the standard produce of the district fell without exception below the rates which prevailed in the preceding firstly, and doubtless much inconvenience would, under such circumstances, have been experienced by the cultivating classes had not the dry crop, and in several localities, the wet crop also yielded a more than usually abundant harvest. Firstly, 1262, 1852 to 53. The rain at commencement of cultivation season was scanty, but there was sufficient rain in July which filled most of the tanks. In February, the pulse crops such as black gram, green gram, dal, beans, and etc. suffered from blight, but this loss was more than counterbalanced by full returns from other descriptions of grain. A storm and hurricane of great severity occurred on the 27th and 28th March, and this afforded full supply to some of the tanks of the taluk. The high and unusual rise in the rivers destroyed in some places the crops. In some places, Nanja, Punja, and garden produce suffered loss by floods. Firstly, 1263, 1853 54. The season was not favorable. There were some falls of rain in May, but very little fall in greater portion of the district during the months of June and July. The falls in the succeeding months to the middle of November brought good supplies to most of the tanks and assisted the Nanja crops. In some places, wet crops failed in coming to maturity. The outturn of the dry was below the average quantity on account of the partial want of rain in earlier months and the entire failure towards the last part of the season. Firstly, 1264, 1854 to 55. There was no rain at the commencement of the cultivation season in May and June. In the months of July, August, September, and October, there was a fair average supply of water in the tanks. In the month of November, though the rain was deficient, all descriptions of crops were in a fair state, but in December, a few of the tanks were exhausted, and the wet crops dependent upon these tanks were dried up. The outturn of both descriptions of crops was below the average yield. Firstly, 1265, 1855 to 56. There was a general fall of rain at the commencement of the cultivation season in May and June in all the taluks excepting Hosur and Tenkarai. In July and August, slight rain fell throughout the district, and from September to October, there was again a general and seasonable fall. But in July and August, and from November to the end of the year, the Talagat taluk suffered from drought, and on that account, some of the earlier and the later Punja crops entirely failed in those taluks. There was also a deficient supply of water in some of the tanks, and some of the Nanja crops were partially lost in consequence. Firstly, 1266, 1856 to 57. The season for the year under report was a favorable one. In May, at the beginning of the cultivation season, there was a general fall of rain throughout this district. In the months of June and July, there was seasonable rain in 9 out of the 14 taluks. In the taluks of Namakkal, Paramati, Trichangood, Tirupattur, and Tenkarai, the rain failed. But this was in some degree counterbalanced by the heavy rains that fell throughout the district in the succeeding months down to October. In the months of November and December, there was again a general fall in the taluks, excepting Denkanikota and Rajipur. The tanks received a sufficient supply of water for the wet crops. The outturn from the dry crops was a fair one, excepting in a very few places where the pulse crops such as horse gram, Bengal gram, oilseeds, and etc. partially failed owing to heavy land winds. On the whole, the entire outturn of the crops, both wet and dry, was much more than enough for local consumption. But owing to the demand for grain in other districts, there was no material fall in the high prices which commenced in July of firstly 1266. Firstly 1287, 1857 to 58. The year under report was remarkable for an unusually bad season, the crops, both wet and dry, having failed to an extent that has not been equaled during the last 24 years. Owing to this failure of the crops, there was a great scarcity through the year. The outturn of both the wet and the dry crops was not more than a fourth the average yield and was therefore not enough for local consumption. It is a very unusual thing for grain to be imported from other districts into the Salem district. But in the year that has just closed, other districts supplied large quantities of grain, both wet and dry. This supply was found of very great service to all classes, though it did not affect any material fall in prices. Firstly, 1288, 1858 to 59. The year under report may be pronounced somewhat better than the last, and yet the outturn of both the wet and dry crops was but one half the average yield, for the district suffered from drought during June, July, and August. In the later part of September and October, heavy rains fell generally throughout the district and afforded to all tanks an abundant supply of water. From October to the close of the firstly, there were but few showers, and in some places, dry crops suffered from want of rain. Firstly, 1269, 1859 to 60. The season on the whole proved less favorable than that of the past year. Heavy rains fell during the months of July and August. In September and October, the falls were partial only. From November to the close of the firstly, there was little or no rain. The tanks received a fair supply in the months of July and August, but not an adequate supply to meet the wants of the year. The outturn of the wet crops was somewhat below one half of the average yield, owing to the insufficiency of the later rains. The outturn of the dry crops was above one half the average yield. Firstly, 1270, 1860 to 61. The season during the year was of a very unfavorable character. The usual early rains in April and May, on which the dry cultivation so much depends, failed altogether. There was some rain in the next 4 months, but from October the rains almost entirely failed. The dry crops were in consequence very scanty, and the wet in many places perished for want of water. The outturn of the wet crops was only about one third, and of the dry crops about one half of the average yield. The cultivation under the Kaveri channels was as steady as usual. Firstly, 1271, 1861 to 62. The season, though unfavorable, was tolerably good compared with the preceding year. It, however, varied in the district, the Thalaghat taluks having been more fortunate than the Baramahal and Balaghat taluks. In the latter taluks, there was a considerable extent of Nanja waste and a partial failure of crops. More remissions were therefore called for both for Shevi and for waste in those taluks than in the others. Though the average fall of rain during the year was 9 inches less than that of last year, as shown in the margin, yet it was more timely in this year than in the last. In firstly 1220, the rain was 31 inches. In firstly 1271, the rain was 23 inches. The early rains in March, April, and May, on which the dry crops depend so much, were pretty good, and the rains in the months of September and November saved to a considerable extent the wet crops. The outturn of the crops was about one half the average yield. The cultivation under the Kaveri channels was as steady as usual. Firstly, 1272, 1862 to 63. The season opened pretty well and has been decidedly more favorable than the preceding year. Rain fell more or less every month from April to December. Had the rain which fell in November and December been a little more general, there would have been no failure at all in the crops. The amount of waste and shavi is considerably below that of the past year. Firstly, 1273, 1863 to 64. The season, though less favorable than the previous one, was on the whole good. It was more favorable for dry cultivation than wet. Rain fell more or less in every month and exceeded in quantity that of the preceding firstly, but it was not so general in this as in the former. The taluks of Dharmapuri, Uttankarai, Krishnagiri, and Hosur were peculiarly unfortunate in regard to wet cultivation. Firstly, 1274. 1864 to 65. The season was very unfavorable for cultivation, especially for Punja. Though the fall of rain was almost the same as last year, it was neither general nor timely, and remissions were therefore called for to a considerable extent both for Shavi and waste. Some taluks have, however, been more fortunate than others. Trichandur taluk was the worst in regard to wet crops, which suffered to such an extent that almost one half of the remissions granted for Shavi in the whole district was rupees 10,637 appertained to this taluk alone. The crops could scarcely be said to have yielded half the average outturn. Firstly, 1275, 1865 to 66. The season was unfavorable for cultivation, especially for dry crops. The rains have not been general, and crops in consequence suffered considerably in parts of the district. Remissions for the failure of Punja crops were called for in the Tirupattur taluk, and they were granted to the amount of rupees 2,245 under the sanction of the board dated 27th March 1866, number 2165. Firstly, 1276, 1866, 67. The year opened when the district was on the verge of famine. Never did Salem witness for years past a more disastrous kind of season than the one under report. From the middle of July to nearly the end of October, the district was overwhelmed with distress. The early rains entirely failed, and it was not till October that cultivation to any extent commenced. Up to that time, nearly all the occupied land was lying waste, and not a blade of grass was to be found anywhere. Tanks and wells were almost dry, and the want felt for food and water was not a little. People were driven to live on herbs and roots, while more than 1.5 lakh heads of cattle perished from sheer starvation. The October rains enabled the riots to bring under plough all lands that could be cultivated, and the prevailing distress gradually disappeared. The crops, chiefly wet, thrived well, and though late, there was after all a good harvest. Firstly, 1277, 1867 to 68. The season was very unfavorable for crops. The rains at the beginning of the Punja season, April to May, were such as to encourage cultivation extensively, but the subsequent failure affected the crops seriously. The outturn of the Punjab products, cholam and ragi, was scarcely one half the average yield. The taluks which suffered the most were Uttankarai, Tirupattur, Krishnagiri, and the Sankagiri Durg subdivision of the Trichandur taluk. In these, the average outturn has not exceeded 2/5, and as for pulse crops such as dal and etc., the failure has been considerable. The Nanja season usually begins in July and August, but as the tanks received no supply till about September, the cultivation actually commenced only in October. The supply did not last over 3 months, and the consequence was that in January most of the crops were either perishing or had perished. Fortunately, however, there came a very heavy fall of rain on the 24th and 25th January and the following 2 days, which averted the impending danger and saved much of the crop which would otherwise have entirely gone. Firstly, 1278, 1868 to 69. The season during the year has on the whole been good, though it varied so that some taluks have been more fortunate than others. The season for punja cultivation is generally March and April, but this year it was later and did not begin till about May, as but little rain fell up to that time. It was afterwards carried on vigorously, and a fair average outturn, especially in the sub-collector's division, has been the result. The rains in July and August having filled almost every tank, the Nanja cultivation was begun in earnest, but the subsequent failure from December affected the crops. The remissions for Shavi have not, however, been considerable. Firstly, 1279, 1869 to 70. The season was on the whole very favorable throughout the year. The falls of rain have been generally copious and opportune for wet crops. The only taluks in which there was some lack in this respect were Hosur and Uttankarai, especially the farmer. Though the rains for dry crops came 2 months later than they should, they were sufficient to produce a fair outturn. Remissions for waste were called for only to a small extent and were granted chiefly in the Hosur and Uttangarai taluks, more than half the total amount remitted appertaining to the farmer. Firstly, 1280, 1870, 71. This season was very favorable both for dry and wet cultivation. Copious rains fell more or less every month, and all the tanks capable of containing water were filled twice or thrice over in the year. The result has been a good harvest and a fair outturn of crop. Very few remissions for waste were called for. Firstly, 1281, 1871, 72. The season, though not as good as the preceding one, was the whole favorable for cultivation. The early rains were copious and timely for dry crops, and the result was a good harvest in most parts of the district. It was not, however, so with the later rains on which mainly the wet crops depend. The rains were not only late but partial. The tanks did not receive a full supply, and the outturn has been below the average. The parts of the district which suffered the most are the Pennagaram division in the Sub-Dharmapuri Taluk and the Denkanikota division in the Hosur Taluk. In the former, the eye-cut of some of the tanks was entirely left waste, and the dry crops yielded an extremely small outturn. Firstly, 1282, 1872, 73. The season was very favorable both for dry and wet cultivation. Rain fell more or less in every month excepting January, and the tanks and eye-cuts received a fair supply of water. The result has been a good harvest and an average outturn of crop. Sub-collector's report. The season appears to have been a very good one. The small amount of remission granted compared with that of past years and the more than ordinary extension of cultivation which has taken place support this conclusion. The rainfall seems to have been abundant both for the dry and wet crops, though some of the former, such as mochai kottai, beans, dhal, Bengal gram, and etc., are reported to have suffered from excess of rain in the taluks below the Ghats. The outturn of the west crops is stated to have been very good. Firstly, 1283, 1873, 74. The season was a very indifferent one. The early rains in May, upon which the dry crops in the upland taluks depend principally, failed. The fall from April to July was very slight. In August and September, it was moderate, and in October, heavy. There was little or no rain afterwards till May. It will thus be seen that the season was not favorable for cultivation, especially for dry crops. The heavy rains of October favored the wet cultivation in most parts of the district, but in Hosur Taluk, however, the supply that the tanks received was insufficient. Firstly, 1284, 1874 to 75. The season was favorable both for dry and wet crops. The rainfall was seasonable and copious, and a fair average outturn has been the result. Firstly, 1285, 1875 to 76. The season was unfavorable for both dry and wet cultivation. The rains were scanty and partial and failed when most needed. The outturn was below the average, and altogether it has been a bad year for man and beast. Firstly, 1286, 1876 to 77. The season could not have been more unfavorable for both dry and wet cultivation. The outturn was below one-fourth. The rains of the southwest monsoon were very scanty and unseasonable, while the northeast monsoon completely failed. Scarcity of fodder was much felt. Water failed everywhere, and it was a disastrous year for man and beast. Firstly, 1287, 1877 to 78. The season was favorable for wet cultivation, but not so for dry cultivation. The rains of April, May, and June, though partial and scanty, encouraged cultivation of the early dry crops, but the crops perished to a large extent by the failure of the rains of July and August. A small portion, however, revived by the copious rains which fell from September to December, but these being excessive, the pulse crops materially failed, and the later sound dry cereals returned but a poor outturn. The ravages of insects also contributed to decrease the yield of the dry crops. The wet crops, though they fared better, suffered from blight. The average dry yield was a little less than a quarter, and the wet 7/16, the average all round for both dry and wet being 5/16. Firstly, 1288, years 1878 to 79. The season was very favorable for the dry and wet crops, rain having fallen in all the months from April 1878 to March 1879. Wet crops returned an average harvest, the yield of paddy being estimated at 12 annas. Of the dry crops, the early kambu, cholam, and gingerly oil in parts of Tiruchangod, Salem, Dharmapuri, Krishnagiri, Uttankarai, and Hosur were partially destroyed by locusts. With this exception, the yield of all dry crops was good. Firstly, 1289, 1879 to 80. The average rainfall during the firstly was 32.92 against 34.28 in the previous year. Though the difference in total rainfall in the two firstlies was small, the influence on crops was very different, as the first crops of each firstly depend to a great extent on the rainfall of April, May, and June of the previous firstly, and the rainfall in these months was deficient. Thus, the rain from April to June of the firstly under report included in the total given above affects the first crops of firstly 1290, and the rains in the corresponding period of firstly 1288 the crops of firstly 1289. When thus calculated, the rainfall affecting the cultivation of firstly 1289 was only 28.18 inches. The annexed statement, in which the rainfall in each month of the agricultural, as distinguished from the firstly year, is shown, illustrates the influence on the cultivation and crops of the rainfall affecting the two firstlies. First crop in the month of April, average rainfall of 1878 to 79, 2.28 inches. Average rainfall of 1879 to 80, 0.91 inches. In May, average rainfall of 1878 to 79, 3.81 inches. And average of 1879 to 80, 2.01 inches. In June, average of 1878-79 was 3.29 inches and average of 1879 to 80 was 1.46 inches. In July, it was 5 inches and 7.9 inches. In August, it was 5.85 inches and 3.01 inches. In September, it was 5.07 inches and 5.42 inches. So, in all, for the first crop, average rainfall of 1878 to 79 was 25.3 inches, and average rainfall of 1879 to 80 was 20.71 inches. For the second crop, in October, the average rainfall of 1878 to 79 was 4.64 inches, and average rainfall of 1879 to 80 was 4.48 inches. In November, it was 3.94 and 1.65. December, 0.60 and 0.13. January, 1.23 and 0.75. February, 1.36 and 0.46. And March, 2.19 and nil. So, in all, average rainfall of 1878 to 79 was 13.98 inches, and average rainfall of 1879 to 80 for second crop was 7.47 inches. Total rainfall in the whole of the year was 39.26 inches in 1878 to 79 and 28.18 inches in 1879 to 80. The next is a graph which is unreadable. Thus, it will be seen that the rains affecting the firstly under report were scanty from April to June and almost entirely ceased from November. Crops, dry. The rainfall from April to June, except in Tirupattur and Attur, not being encouraging, the cultivation of early dry crops such as gingerly oil, kambu, and etc. was greatly retarded, while the almost entire failure from November affected pulses and etc. sown from September. For these reasons, the dry grains yielded but a poor outturn, the produce of ragi, kambu, varagu, and other staple crops being half to 5 parts in 8, and that of horse gram, black gram, and etc. being 3 parts in 8 to 1/2 of an average crop. In Attur, however, the outturn of all dry crops was about the average, and in the taluks of Namakkal, Trichangood, and Salem was better than elsewhere. Wet. The crops dependent on tanks fed by rivers and channels returned a 10 to 12 anna crop, but there was not more than from a 6 to an 8 anna crop under rain-fed tanks. The crops under the Kaveri channels were excellent as usual. The diagram in the margin exhibits the vicissitudes of season during the 49 years concerned. The graph has to be seen to be understood. It looks like a sinuous wave. Okay. Those who favor the 11 years cycle theory will find ample confirmation in the above reports. 1877 was the crisis of the severest famine of this century. 1833 was the year of the second in severity. 1866 was a famine year. 1857 was exceptionally bad, and so was 1845. But bad seasons are unfortunately not limited to cycles of 11 years, And the above extracts give ground for doubts as to whether the reduction of 20% for bad seasons on the revision of the assessment was sufficient. The following notes on the health and vital statistics of the district were received from Surgeon North, who states that they are almost verbatim from the memorandum drawn up by Surgeon Major R.E. Peirce, his predecessor as Jilla Surgeon. Page 130, births and deaths. There are certain birth and death statistics kept both in the town and district, but I consider them very far from reliable. In the town of Salem, these statistics are prepared by the municipality, there being 2 registration offices, one in each of the divisions of the town. The statistics for the past 5 years stand as follows. In the year 1875 to 76, there were 46,276 deaths. Percentage to population 2.3. There were 47,374 births. Percentage to population 2.4. In the year 1876 to 77, there were 65,305 deaths, expressed in percentage to population 3.3%, and 46,842 births, expressed in percentage to population 2.3%. In the year 1877 to 78, there were 1,61,778 deaths, which expressed as percentage to population is 8.2, and births 20,177, which expressed in percentage to population is 1.02. In the year 1878 to 79, there were 45,110 deaths, expressed in percentage to population 2.2, and 16,603 births, expressed in percentage to population 0.8%. In 1879 to 80 year, there were 25,930 deaths, expressed in percentage to population 1.3%, and 28,665 births, expressed in percentage to population 1.4%. In all, giving a population of 1,966,995. In the district, generally, returns of births and deaths are collected by the village munsifs and sent by them to the tahsildars, who summarize them and forward them on to the headquarter kacheri, where both these returns and those received from the municipality are tabulated and transmitted to the sanitary commissioner. Endemic diseases of the district. The endemic diseases of the district are 2, viz. Fever and guinea worm, to which in former years might have been added cholera, so far as relates to the town of Salem itself, but this can no longer be considered endemic, as for the last 10 or 12 years it has never been seen in Salem, except when a cholera wave was passing over southern India, as in 1875 to 77 and 1877-78. Whilst in the last epidemic the mortality was exceptionally low, the deaths in 1878 to 79 being only 113. The explanation of this is very simple. In years gone by, Salem was an extremely dirty town, and the river which flows through it was what once the main sewer and principal source of drinking water. Now the town is clean, the purity of the said water greatly improved, and its consumption much diminished. And when the works at present being carried out are completed, its use for drinking purposes will be entirely prevented. Fever. Of the other 2 endemic diseases, the most important is doubtless fever, which prevails to a large extent throughout the whole district. This fever is for the most part ordinary quotidian intermittent fever or ague of a bilious type, but at the same time the tertian and quartan forms are not uncommon, and the variations in the character of the disease are endless, changing according to the climate, elevation, period of the year, and etc., and assuming a different character even in the same locality in different years. Premising that the prevailing type is a mild bilious fever, seldom fatal unless neglected. The following, so far as my observation goes, are roughly the geographical and climatic variations. In the Salem, Atur, and Namakkal taluks, it is generally accompanied by congestion of the liver and a tendency to jaundice and subsequent dropsical effusion. On the Kalrayans and Kollimalais, the spleen becomes rapidly and in many cases enormously enlarged, the fever being more commonly tertian in type. Remarks which, in a lesser degree, apply to a considerable portion of the highlands in the district, the Chevrais excepted, where it frequently occurs in conjunction with a sharp attack of congestion of the liver, soon followed in neglected cases by cerebral complications. Lastly, at Thopur and one or two other places where it is known to be caused by the drinking water of the place, some gastric disturbance accompanies the attack, which, if not averted, leads on to prostration, serous apoplexy, and death. This I regard as by far the most dangerous variety, but viewing it as a whole, the fever of the district must be said to be decidedly of a mild type and very amenable to treatment. I give below the admissions and deaths from fever for the last 5 years in the civil dispensary, Salem. Years 1873 to 74, there were 980 admissions and no deaths. In the years 1874 to 75, 1,368 admissions and no deaths reported. In the year 1875 to 76, 1,090 admissions and no deaths reported. In the years 1876 to 77, 1,737 admissions and one death. In the years 1877 to 78, 1,064 admissions and no deaths. In the years 1878 to 79, 2,168 admissions and one death reported. Guinea worm. Premising that Guinea worm may be considered as one of the endemic diseases of the district and exists more or less in every taluk, I shall pass on at once to the several heads under which the information required is desired to be classed. A. Soil and water supply of exempted localities, and B. Soil and water supply in localities where the disease is endemic. These two headings may most conveniently be considered together. Speaking generally, then, the district may be described for purposes of this report as consisting of a more or less elevated basin extending from the north of the Uttankarai Taluk through the Uttankarai, Salem, Trichangod and Namakkal Taluks to the borders of the district. The direction of this valley is first south through Uttankarai, but extending slightly west into Dharmapuri Taluk, then southwest through Salem, leaving the Shavrai range on its east to the borders of the Trichangod and Namakkal Taluks, over which it spreads in a southerly and southeast direction. Beyond this so-called basin, the land rises considerably west on the north into the highlands of Krishnagiri, Hosur and Tripattur, on the central east into the Chevrai range, and in the southeast into the hilly country around Atur. Now it is in the high valley thus roughly sketched out that Guinea worm abounds, whilst in the highlands which environ it the disease is almost unknown, as will be seen from the following table extracted from the jail returns, the period referred to extending from 1st January 1878 to date. In Salem, 55, in Namakkal, 43, in Uttankarai, 32, in Trichangod, 30, and in Dharmapuri, 10. So, in all, 170 in the low-lying taluks. In Krishnagiri, 3, in Tirupattur, 4, Hosur, 3, and Atur, 3. So, in all, 13 in the highlands. In non-district prisoners, 8. So, in total, 191. On referring to the records of that civil dispensary, I find that 143 outpatients and 12 inpatients have been treated for this disease since the 1st March 1878, 20 months. But as 140 of the former and 11 of the latter belong to Salem and its environs, the table affords little information beyond showing the great prevalence of the disease in the town and taluk. Now, as regards the difference in soil and water in the two areas described above, I am sorry to say I have neither the geological nor local district knowledge to enter into any minute or detailed description. But speaking generally, I think it may be said that the soil of the lower lying tract is for the most part red earth of shallow depth, overlying gneiss rock, which is constantly cropping up to the surface, whilst where the stratum of earth is thin, the red character is frequently lost and the soil becomes poor and sandy. In the higher regions, the outcrop of the rock is more bold and defined, and the depth of the soil in the intermediate valley greater and more rich. Water supply. In part of Dharmapuri and throughout the Udangarai taluk, water is scant and brackish, containing an undue proportion of saline matter, whilst in the Homalur and Razipur subdivisions of the taluk, it is also proverbially bad. In Namakkal and Tiruchendur, the same remark applies, but with two exceptions, viz. The town of Namakkal itself and Sankagiri Durg in Tiruchendur, in both of which beautiful natural springs exist welling out of the solid rock. Of the water on the higher lands, I have little experience, but it is certainly less saline and brackish than at the lower level, and natives who, from long experience and tradition, are generally good judges in these matters, speak of it as good water as compared with that of the infected or endemic area, which is universally designated as bad. C. As regards the period of inoculation or incubation, it is difficult to speak with any certainty. Indeed, there can be no doubt that it varies greatly, for it is no uncommon thing to see a patient arrive someplace where guinea worm is common and suffer from a succession of worms developing at periods ranging between a few days and 2 or 3 months, whilst there can be no doubt that the inoculation of all occurred at one and the same time or very nearly so. I had hoped that the jail statistics might have thrown some light on the point, but as will be seen from the next table, the indications are very slight. Table showing the interval between date of incarceration and appearance of the worm. Under 1 month, 36. Above 1 month and under 2, 9. Above 2 months and under 3, 11. Above 3 months and under 4, 24. Given in A. Above 3 months and under 4. Above 4 months and under 5, 9. Above 5 months and under 6, 9. Above 6 months and under 7, 10. Above 7 months and under 8 months, 16. Above 8 months but below 9 months, 10. Above 9 months but below 10 months, 8. Above 10 months and under 11 months, 4. Above 11 months and below 12 months, 6. Above 1 year, 39. Point B. Now, viewing this table broadly, I should feel disposed to draw two possible inferences. First, that the ordinary period of incubation is short, probably about a month, but that it is by no means uncommon for it to be retarded, especially where, as in this case, the person is removed from the locality in which he has contracted the disease and is moreover furnished with a purer water. Second, that endemic sources of guinea worm exist within the jail here. Group A is probably imported disease, Group B endemic. Beyond this point, I do not think that the table permits me to theorize. It may perhaps be expected that I should offer some opinion of the probable causes of the disease after spending years in a district where it is so common, but I confess I am somewhat reluctant to do so, never yet having been able to work out any theory entirely to my own satisfaction, and I will therefore only throw out one suggestion which, though not complete in itself or thoroughly investigated, still contains, I believe, some elements of truth or at least of probability, viz. That the ova from which the disease is germinated are either carried down or subsequently developed in the disintegrated rock which is washed down from the higher regions into the area of disease. It is well known that during the dry season, the surface of gneiss rock is gradually cracked and disintegrated by the sun's action. Into the chinks thus formed, small mosses and lichens soon find their way, which carry the process a step further until, when the rain comes, this decomposed rock, with its mass of vegetable life added to it, is washed down into the lower country. And it is here that I feel disposed to look for the germs of Guinea worm. The patent objection that in this case the disease ought to be equally, if not more, abundant in the higher valleys, which receive a large supply of this detritus, I do not look upon as valid, as it is highly improbable that ova hatched at the temperature of the human body should survive long in water at any great elevation. The town of Salem is close on 1,000 feet above sea level, and this I am inclined to regard as well nigh the limit of such quasi spontaneous generation. The above, I admit, is purely a theory, but number one, as we know, the ova of Guinea worm are water carried or water begotten, and number two, as the water must come from the higher lands, and as three, the water must bring down a large quantity of disintegrated rock mixed with the low forms of vegetable life, which is the natural nidus for such ova. And as lastly, the disease is common from March to August, inclusive, when the conditions exist, and sometimes is almost or quite absent during the rest of the year. The theory has, I think, a certain probability, and in this light, I propound it. Sanitation. Many sanitary improvements have been carried out and are being undertaken in the town of Salem. Streets have been opened out, 47 latrines constructed, cesspools filled in, and wells dug. The river running through the town at one time supplied nearly the whole of the town with drinking water, but this being considered very liable to contamination, wells were sunk, and the river, which is being embanked, will be abandoned as a source of drinking water. The sanitary establishment consists of 2 sanitary inspectors, 11 divisional maestries, 4 river watchmen, 81 scavengers, 79 latrine totis, 11 cistern men, and 27 drain cleaners. The sanitary arrangements of the minor towns have been noticed in the chapters on the taluks, wide volume 2, and need not be referred to here. Famines, droughts, and etc. From the Jamabandi reports, it will have been seen that the monsoons are very uncertain and failure of crops consequent thereon by no means rare. This is apparently nothing new, as Monroe alludes to the same causes and effects as not uncommon. The present century has, however, seen 3 periods, 1833, 1866, and 1877-78, in which scarcity deepened into famine with all its terrible concomitants. Mr. Dykes, writing in 1853, says that some portions of the district had not even then recovered from the disasters of 1833, when, as he describes it, owing to drought, the prices of grain rose 71%, for there was a famine in the neighboring districts also, and the people robbed that they might live. They eagerly sought for the wild fruits of the jungle and of the trees that lined the wayside. They turned up the earth for such roots as possessed nourishment. There was nowhere to fly to, and the country was covered with the bodies of those who died of starvation. 14,000 deaths were reported from cholera alone, which probably was not a tenth of the number that so fell. And the sickness extended to the brute creation, for the cattle also were exterminated by herds. Somewhat more than 5,25,000 acres had been cultivated, but even official inquiries showed that the crop had entirely failed on no less than 54,000 acres, and such investigations could not extend to half the losses. On the Raitwari lands alone, from all 3 different causes, there was a total falling off in the revenue in 1 year of not less than 30,000 pounds, and from this alone it might have been inferred that there was then a great famine in the country. The amount of assessment is in proportion to the extent of cultivation and consequently to the produce raised. All the changes in the one must be proportionately marked in the other, and in this instance it may be considered that for such scanty crops as the earth did yield, the extent fell short of the preceding year by at least 1 lakh acres. The crops on these lands were all the people had to look to, and the effect of such a decrease in the amount of produce may be easily imagined, even if horrible sickness had not added to the general distress. It was not till the new grains came into the market in the following year that prices fell at all, and by that time had become cent per cent. But it was long before they fell to any amount. The actual loss of population in this famine is not known but may be gauged from Dr. Cornish's figures, according to which the population in 1833 to 34 ought to have been 1,253,303, whereas in 1838 or 5 years later it was only 898,233. The intermediate famine of 1866 was, by comparison, a mere flash in the pan, but while it lasted, it was sharp enough. Prices were then as follows: in number of seers of 2 pounds per rupee. In the month of September, rice of the first sort 6 and 3 parts in 8. Rice of the second sort 6 and 3 quarters. Ragi 9 and 3 parts in 8. Kambu 10 and 7 parts in 8. Cholam 9 and 5 parts in 8. Horse gram 9. October, rice of the first sort 6 and 3 parts in 8. Second sort 7.5. Ragi 9 and 3 quarters. Kambu 13.5. Cholam 12. Horse gram 8 and a quarter. In the November month, rice of the first sort 6 and 3 parts in 8. 7.5 second sort of rice. Ragi 12 and 3 parts in 8. Kambu 16.5. Cholam 12. Horse gram 9. In the December month, rice of the first sort 8 and 3 parts in 4. That is 8 and 3 quarters. Rice of the second sort 7.5. Ragi 13.5. Kambu 16.5. Cholam 13.5. Horse gram 9 and 3 quarters. Works and relief houses were provided by government, but the crisis soon passed. Not so, however, the last visitation. There had been signs and warnings by which this might have been foreseen. The tail end of the northeast monsoon failed both in 1873 and 1874. In 1875, the northeast monsoon was almost a total failure, especially the later part of it, and in 1876, the southwest and northwest monsoons, on both of which the district depends for its water supply, failed almost completely. The pinch began to be felt in October 1876, but people still hoped. In November, the failure of the monsoon became an established fact. Grain dealers took alarm and prices rose at a bound. Dr. Cornish is of opinion that prices begin to tell on mortality when the staple grain costs from 1.5 to rupees 2 for 30 pounds. In ordinary years, as he states, they are sold at from 60 to 90 pounds, and he considers that when prices rise so as to permit of the purchase of only 30 to 40 pounds per rupee, such a rate cannot long be maintained without a corresponding rise in mortality. On the average, for 5 years ending 1874, the price of ragi in Salem was from January to July from 37 to 38 pounds per rupee, and from August to December it ranged from 35 to 40 pounds. From January to June 1875, the staple was sold at 31 or 32 pounds per rupee. From July to November, prices rose to 23 pounds, and between January and June 1876, the price was from 20 to 24 pounds. From July to a steady rise set in, reaching 14 pounds in October, 10 pounds in November, and 9 pounds in December, when the famine was fairly recognized and starvation stared us in the face on every side. The following table shows the course of the famine for the years 1877 and 1878. Oh goodness, huge number of statistics on monthly basis, which will become meaningless when read, definitely. The price list is not quite an index of the scarcity, as quotations for dry grains were often a mere form, there being none in the market. The bulk of the population was fed on imported rice, the price of which rose up in August 1877 to 1 rupee for 11 pounds and for a short period to 1 rupee for 5 pounds. On one date at the market on the Chevrai Hills, the price actually rose to 1 rupee for 2 pounds. For the first 9 months, the district staff was battling almost unaided with the famine, with the exception of one Bengal civilian whose services were chiefly utilized in trying magisterial cases, a staff corps officer, a medical officer on inspection duty, and a special deputy collector or two make up the sum of the assistants from outside. Meanwhile, the duty of providing and superintending camps, hospitals, works, kitchens, and payments, the inspection and organization of gratuitous relief, and in fact, the whole burden and heat of the day was thrown on the ordinary district staff. It was not until September 1877, when 1,36,941 deaths had been registered, when 3,07,776 of the population were being gratuitously fed, and the southwest monsoon had failed, that the Viceroy's visit bore fruit. Then the Public Works Department, whose share in famine relief works had previously been somewhat restricted, was more largely employed in providing work for the poor, and a flood of famine officers from all parts of India was poured over the district. The heavy rains were then setting in, and the burden and heat of the day were past. But distress still prevailed, and the sequelae of the great crisis were still strongly marked. It would be hard to exaggerate the horrors of that trying time when cholera, starvation, smallpox, famine, diarrhea, dysentery, dropsy, and fever were claiming their victims by thousands. The dead and dying lay so close in the camp hospitals that it was difficult to move without treading on them, and hard to distinguish the one from the other, and up to the pitiless sky floated the black or yellow green smoke from the pyres, on which as many as 24 bodies were sometimes burnt together in a single camp. When the cattle lay gasping for breath, licking the dust for food, and for miles not a drop of water was to be found. The fruits of the avenue trees, the very leaves and grasses, the roots and berries of the jungles failed to meet the demand. The ties of maternal affection failed, and even respectable women sold their honor for food. But the sufferings of the people were not yet over. The survivors were to a great extent smitten. A shower of rain or a breath of cold wind smote them down by hundreds. Guinea worm prevailed to an extent never witnessed before, and such was the depraved blood and vitality of the poorer classes that the slightest scratch or abrasion turned into a spreading and sluggish ulcer. The excessive northwest monsoon of 1877 drowned the crops. Blights, smut, and insects, in quantities before unheard of, spoiled or devoured the residue. Then came the locusts, almost shutting out the sky and covering square miles in their flight. The southwest monsoon of 1878 was also excessive, and the kambu crop suffered heavily, the tender flowers being washed off so that the seeds could not form. Then again, from their fastnesses in the jungles and on rocky hillsides came the young locusts in uniform of black and gold, marching in armies to the cultivated fields. The government officers of all kinds did their best to cope with this last stroke of misfortune, but the riots mostly looked on in helpless inaction and would not struggle against their fate. Even this, however, passed away, and with the northeast monsoon of 1878 came the finest crop ever seen in the district. Stocks were replenished, prices fell, numbers on works and relief fell off, and the weary officials were at last released from their heavy tasks. Floods. Floods on a large scale are unknown. The palar in fresh is occasionally injurious to riparian interests, and breached tanks, especially when a chain of tanks breaches, cause damage, but more generally to property than to life. In the autumn of 1874, heavy floods occurred, notably in the Palar and in the basin between the Palar and Yelagiri hills. The railway line was carried away in several places, and a considerable portion of the town of Vaniambadi was swept into the stream. In 1878, a plump of rain, as the engineers call it, fell east of the Mukkanur Malai and washed away the railway embankment. Such excessive and concentrated rainfall does not appear to have been calculated for when the railway was built, as may be inferred from the enlarged outlet provided when the bridges were rebuilt. In May 1872 and again in May 1874, the district suffered from cyclones, which, though they did not, owing to absence of cultivation in those months, do much damage to crops, caused terrible mortality in cattle, and breached numerous tanks. The cyclone of November 1880 played havoc in Atur. Every anacut from Belur to Thalaivassal was washed away, as also the large bridge on the trunk road near Thalaivassal. And some 20 tanks breached and many houses perished. The flood fortunately came in the daytime and only 6 lives were lost. The damage done was estimated at half a lakh of rupees. There was some damage done in the Svetanadi valley also, but on a smaller scale, and the chief Anakat at Veeraganur escaped. Population. The only census of the district from which safe deductions can be made is that of 1871, though it is probable that for rough calculations the earlier enumerations were sufficiently near the mark. In 1800, the population was 6,12,871. In 1822, it was 1,075,985. In 1833, a famine occurred in which 28.3% of the people are supposed to have died, and the total in 1838 was only 8,98,233. In 1850, it was 1,195,367. Since that time, a census has been held in every quinquennium, the total in 1866-67 being 1,619,233. Besides these quinquennial numberings of the people, an imperial census is to be held once in 10 years, the first of which was held in 1871, when the population was returned as 1,966,995, or a trifle under 2 millions, being an increase of 21.5% over the total of the previous census, which Dr. Cornish regarded as abnormal and therefore indicating that the previous census was untrustworthy. The males were 9,75,502 and the females 9,91,493. The whole population gave 262.8 per square mile. Of the whole population, 96.6% or 1,901,060 persons were Hindus, of whom 64.1% or 1,218,973 were Saivas, 35.5% or 6,74,011 were Vaishnavas, and 0.4 or 7,741 Lingayats. The balance, or 335, which is the total of representatives of other sects, is too small to form a percentage. In a total of 52,312 Musalmans, forming only 2.7% of the population, 48,327 were Sunnis and 827 Shias, 9 were Wahhabis, and 3,149 were classed as others. The Christian population totaled 13,333 or 0.7%, 12,255 of whom were Roman Catholics and 1,078 were Protestants. If the European, who were 256, and Eurasian, who were 377, is deducted, the totals credited to missions are 12,063 Roman Catholics and 637 Protestants. Amongst Hindus, the Vanyans were 5,04,571 who predominate. These elsewhere spelt Vanyas are by Dr. Cornish said to be agricultural laboring castes and synonymous with Pallis. The Vanyas are oilmongers. The Vellalars are cultivators who numbered 4,73,563 come next. Then Paryas, who number 2,73,193, and others 2,04,199. As regards the occupation of the people, 3,36,327 males were cultivators and 1,18,206 laborers, mostly agricultural laborers. These figures added together and doubled to include females would give only 4,54,533, or about one fourth of the population as engaged in cultivation. Dr. Cornish elsewhere sets down more than one half as employed on the land, two-thirds would be nearer the truth. The industrial classes numbered 71,062 males, personal service or domestics 30,941, of whom many are probably employed on the land, and commercial 24,225. The service of government employed 2,082 persons. Under the heading of industrial are 40,056 males employed on dress, of whom the majority are weavers. There are few villages of any importance in which this industry is not practiced, but it suffered severely during the famine. Only 55,133 persons, or 2.8% of the population, could read and write, and of these, only 276 were females. This is an item in which the next census will show a marked improvement. It is worth noticing that the native Christian population is not so well educated as the Mohammedan community, only 3.8% of the former being able to read and write, against 7.3% of the latter. The population in 1880 is considerably less than that returned by the census of 1871. The census of March 1878 showed only 1,559,896 inhabitants remaining, which, without allowing for the normal growth of population up to 1876, showed a decrease of 4,07,099 souls, or 20.7% of the population. The population of 1871, adding 1.5% per annum, would have increased to 2,119,219 by 1876, and this, according to Dr. Cornish figures, would give a total mortality of 5,59,323 from the commencement of the famine up to March 1878, when the census was taken. The registered deaths from April to December 1878 exceeded the registered births by 20,774, so that the total diminution of population during the 2 years of famine may be estimated at 5,80,097. The castes enumerated in the census volume are as follows. The Brahmins number 28,817 are the priest caste, who, when not in government service, are mostly employed in the service of the different pagodas as vakils, writers, and etc. Kshatriyas or warriors number 4,085, mostly agriculturists and a few in government service. The Chettis or trading caste number 29,217, who also find employment in public offices. The Vellalars are cultivators, who number 4,73,563, also contribute a large number to the public service, as also do the Kanakars or professional accountants, who number 2,976. Besides these, there are others like Kammalans or artisans, who number 36,781, the Idayars or shepherds, who number 90,398, the Kaikolars or weavers, who number 88,602, the Vanyas or agricultural laborers or Pallis, 5,04,571, the Kusavas or potters, who number 12,148, the Satani or mixed castes, 43,197, the Sembavadavas or fishermen, 21,083, the Shanars or toddy drawers, also termed Nadas, 56,474, the Vannans or washermen, 24,684, the Ambatans or barbers, 19,784, the Parias, 2,73,193, and others, 2,04,199, who are supposed by Dr. Cornish to be the Malayalis, but these latter are Kanchi Vellalars. Trade is by no means confined to the Chettis, who are rivaled by the Musalmans, weavers, Vaniyas, and Satanis. Almost the whole trade in hides and dyes is in the hands of the Musalmans proper, or the Labbais. The enumeration above given of the castes affords, however, but a very faint idea of the number, everyday increasing of subdivisions amongst the people, each of which is regarded as a separate caste. Thus, for instance, the Lambadis and Brinjaris, half gypsies who inhabit the jungles and carry grain, salt, and jungle produce, are not mentioned. So too the chucklers who deal in leather. The merchants generally belong to the Chetty caste. Gold, iron, wood, and stone are wrought by acharis, who, however, by no means work at these materials indiscriminately, each being considered the inalienable and hereditary right of particular classes. And the weavers of silk, cotton, wool, and etc. are divided into patnuls and kaikalare, the former being engaged on the finer textures, and the latter with other still lower castes in making the coarser kinds of cloth. Building again employs a separate race of artisans, and they similarly are divided into castes according as they use the trowel, do rough stonework, or merely raise mud walls. But other molders of clay, the potters, are generally considered an inferior race to the cultivating classes, who rank immediately below those that have been already described and take precedence in the order given. The agricultural body forms by far the largest portion of the population. It may be arranged in three great classes, and these are found scattered all over the district after the fashion of the Hindus, more according to the nature of the soil to be wrought on. As the worker in gold will, neither he nor his willed iron, than according to any geographical limits. The Vellalars like the highland on which the dry grains are grown. With many of the crops, they plant cotton in ridges, which is picked after the harvest by their families, cleaned, spun at home, and sold at the nearest market. They breed cattle and often pay the assessment on their land with the sale of young stock. Whilst the dairy produces plenty of ghee or clarified butter, which is used by the natives in great quantities. They are a very hard-working race, and however rich they may be, the women of the family are not allowed to sit idle. The wives of the wealthiest men may be seen at the markets far and near, selling their thread, curds, ghee, and the produce of the kitchen garden. The Pallis, on the other hand, love to deal with irrigation. Low wet rice grounds are almost always cultivated by these men or else by the Pallars, who resemble them in disposition but are a somewhat inferior caste. Their women do not work if they can help it, and this race generally does not share in the industrious habits of the Vellalars. The latter are, however, resembled in their pleasing characteristics by the third grade class, who are called Reddis and are employed mostly in garden cultivation. They are a very hard-working race, and their women take an active share in the labors of life, are good traders, and usually shine at the weekly market. This garden cultivation does not answer to European ideas, such as the name would suggest, but in India is a very important branch of agriculture. And when the rains fail in seasons of scarcity, this cultivation may be the means of averting a famine. Where the soil is rich and black, a well is dug, which in good situations gives enough water for 2 acres all the year round. And on this land, a vast variety of kitchen vegetables, tobacco, and some particular kinds of grains are grown in the greatest abundance. These Reddis are a Telugu race and found straggling down the eastern side of the district from the countries to the north, where that is the language of the people generally. There is also a body of Reddis in the northwest on the borders of Mysore who are Canaries. Their lands are generally a fine red soil on which the best ragi is grown in great quantities. But there, as water can only be got at a great depth, well cultivation is scarcely known. There, the soil is so dry that the reddy makes his granary underground, and when the small circular opening by which the ragi is thrown in has been securely closed, the grain, on rolling back the stone, will be taken out uninjured, though perhaps 2 or 3 generations shall have passed away in the meanwhile. The dispositions of the three races similarly differ. The Vellalar is frugal and saving to the extreme. His hard-working wife knows no finery, and the Vellalchi willingly wears for the whole year the one blue cloth which is all that the domestic economy of the house allows her. If she gets wet, it must dry on her, and if she would wash her sole garment, half is unwrapped to be operated upon, which in its turn relieves the other half, that is then and there similarly hammered against some stone by the side of the village tank or on the banks of the neighboring stream. Their food is the cheapest of the dry grains which they happen to cultivate that year, and not even the village feasts can draw the money out of a Vellalar's clutches. It is all expended on his land if the policy of the revenue administration of the country be liberal, and the acts of government such as to give confidence to the ryots or husbandmen. Otherwise, their hoarded gains are buried. The new moon or some high holiday may perhaps see the head of the house enjoy a platter of rice and a little meat, but such extravagance is rare. The Pallis and Pallars are the very reverse. They have no heed for the morrow but spend their money as fast as they get it. Their women wear the gayest colored cloths to be found in the bazaar. Ornaments are eagerly sought for, and their diet is the best rice they can afford, with meat as often as it is to be had or can be eaten by the Hindu without injury to his health. The Reddys, both Canaries and Gentoo, are as provident as the rice growers are improvident. They spend their money on the land like the Vellalars, but they are not parsimonious. They are always well dressed if they can afford it. The gold ornaments worn by the women or the men are of the finest kind of gold. Their houses are always neat and well built, and if fairly dealt with, they invariably give the idea of good substantial riots. They chiefly live on ragi and are a fine, powerful race. Besides these three classes, there are many others such as the Lingayats and Nathams. The lowest class are the Paryas, and they too affect numerous divisions of different degrees of respectability. They are also extensively employed in agriculture, and from their ranks, the village watchmen are chosen. As village police, the place of these men is sometimes usurped by another race called Madiga Vandlu or Chaklas, who speak Telugu and seem like the Reddys to have originally come from the north. The fights between the two factions are often very serious and are generally caused by the preference being given to one or other of the two races, contrary to the established custom of the village. The agricultural classes, as well as the artisans, are divided into two great factions, the right and left hand castes, and it is now extremely difficult to make out what the difference is, which perhaps is the reason that the hatred of the rival sex is so fierce and bitter. On all religious occasions, tom-toms are beaten and horns wake the welkin around. If the right-hand men are making high holiday, the pariahs are the musicians, and if their adversaries feast, the chucklers come to the front. But if it is a mutual feast, and by some change in the village, the weaker party, having got the ascendancy, should try to alter the custom in favor of their own servants, then cry havoc, let slip the dogs of war, for broken heads are sure to be the result. The chucklers are chiefly engaged in preparing leather, making up such articles as Hindus require of that material for ropes, slippers, and etc., and occasionally are found as cultivators. The religion of the Hindus is a wide field for inquiry. In Salem, however, all the cultivating classes worship whatever may be the village idol, and Mariamma, one of the inferior goddesses, seems to be the most popular. A Palli is generally the attendant priest and officiates for all alike. Pillari Devadu, or the belly god, also occupies a high place in the religious estimation of the riot. If the mild Hindu would go a journey or plough the field that is to support him and his family for the coming year, Pillari Devadu must be first invoked to help the work in hand. Incense must burn, and the milky coconut must be broken before the aldermanic god. There may be no idol near, but the god will still be remembered in prayer, and it is common to see a stone set up in the corner of a field, perhaps under the cool shade of the tamarind tree, which, marked with a patch or two of red or yellow paint, receives as sincere devotion as would be paid to a more pretending shrine, and serve to fix the feeble thoughts of the simple husbandman. The following are but a few of the caste subdivisions unnoticed above. Thus, one man, calling himself a Sena Kudiyan, explains that by this he means a Shetty. One Chendulala, styling himself a Kanojia, explains that this signifies a Brahman amongst Rajputs, an explanation not readily reconcilable with the general impression the Rajputs are Kshatriyas. Sarvarya and Gaudiya were also said to be synonymous with Kanojia. Canadian, which would properly mean a native of Canara, is the name of a caste, just as Gentu, which generally denotes a native of the Telugu country, is used by Naidus and others as a caste name. One Canadian professed to be a Sivachara by conversion, which is possible. It is by no means easy to distinguish a caste from a mere sobriquet. Thus, the Telugu oilmongers who use one bullock to turn the oil press are known as Ontiyeddu Gandla Vandlu, to distinguish them from the Tamil oilmongers who use two bullocks for the same purpose. The Pallis, one of the most numerous of the agricultural castes in the district, are divided into the Arasam Pallis, the Pandam Pallis, and etc. Again, they are known as Anjunal, 5 days, and Pannendanal, 12 days Pallis, according as they perform the funeral ceremony on the 5th or 12th day after death. The Padayachis, not so common in this district as farther south, are said to be a division of Pallis. The Gollas are said to include Naidus and to be of two kinds, viz. Shepherds or two Gollas, in which caste Krishna assumed one of his avatarams, and Boksham Gollas, who work in treasuries, count money, and etc. The Gollas are said strictly to exclude from caste anyone who has been mutilated, a rule contrasting strangely with that mentioned below as prevailing amongst a subdivision of the Morasu Kapus who enforce mutilation. Jader, the caste names assumed by some Chettis, generally denotes a weaver. Kaikalar being another caste name having the same meaning. A Mudali may also be a Jader, and Devanga is another caste name assumed by those who follow the same industry. Medara Karan is a caste name among basket makers, of whom others say that they belong to the Sivara Jati. The latter apparently must not be confused with the Sivara Jati, said to be the same as the Boyer or bearer caste. And again, one Timmaraya Naidu, who said that he was a Boyer, contended that this was identical with the Besta caste and included both fishermen and palanquin bearers. It is not generally recognized that the term boy applied to the Madras body servant, who is as often as not a pariya, is really a contraction of the Telugu word boyi or bearer, the name so familiar in Bengal. The pariya derives its name from parai, a drum or tom-tom, such as is used in making proclamations, and which no man of another caste could beat under penalty of expulsion. Panichavan, a corruption of Pani Seigiravan, literally means one who works but is in the caste name of the class whose business is to carry news of death to the relations of the deceased and to blow the tharai or long curved trumpet. The Veera Saivas and Sivacharas are properly speaking worshippers of Siva, but it is not apparently necessary that all Saivas should be Sivacharas, who are said to be all Lingayats, nor is it easy to understand here whether a caste or a cult common to many castes is intended. The Linga Baljas are said to be a caste of Chetti who tie the lingam in a little silver ornament on their arms. The Sajjai, a silver box often as large as 2 inches by 3, containing the lingam, is worn on the chest, suspended by a string round the neck by certain Vellalars who have a curious custom called Padmasanam in reference to the treatment of the dead who are not laid out as is common in other castes but are trussed up in a squatting posture, a string being passed round the neck and made fast behind to keep the body upright. The Baljas themselves again recognize many subdivisions as the Musuku Baljas, said to be the chief amongst Baljas whose women wear veils, the Gazulu Baljas who sell bangles, the Pasupuleti Baljas, crossref, Pasupu equivalent to saffron, who cultivate and sell saffron and other dyes, the Sugamanchi Baljas, and etc. Of the Saivas generally, the Reverend Mr. Phillips says that their religion is probably more ancient than that of the Vaishnavas, being a species of phallic worship akin to that of the ancient Chaldeans, Egyptians, and Greeks. Here, Mr. Phillips has hardly gone far enough, as the classical tradition clearly traces the importation by Dionysos of the Thyrsos and Phallos from India, whence through Greece it penetrated to Rome and the farther west. How far, however, the prevalence of the phallic cult amongst the non-Aryan population of the south is due to importation, or whether it is indigenous, it is difficult to say. The tendency to worship the generative power would probably be instinctive with all primitive races. It is amongst the Sivachara people, however, that the cult has reached its greatest development, and the pith of their doctrine is contained in the Canaries proverb, Jangamaniಗೆ ಕುಲವಿಲ್ಲ ಲಿಂಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಳೆಯಿಲ್ಲ, which may be interpreted to the Jangama or pure Lingayat, there is no such thing as caste. That is, all Veerasaivas, whether born so or converted, can eat together and etc. And for the Lingam, there is no such thing as impurity or pollution. That is, as some Veerasaivas interpret it, so long as the Sajjai or other vessel containing the Lingam is in contact with the owner, he may have promiscuous intercourse without loss of caste. The same idea is found in the homely proverb which abnegates the coexistence of conscience and a priapism. In Urdu, more poetically expressed in the saying, there is no shield against the arrow of fate, and in the Italian saying, Quando Messer Bernardo el Baciecho sta in cholera el in sua rabbia non rivesive legge et non pardona a nissuna dama. The more respectable Veerasaivas, however, repudiate this interpretation, affirming that it is only in reference to the catamenia of women and pollution which death generally entails on the family of the deceased, that they do not follow the ordinary prejudices. The importance of the actual contact of the lingam with its wearer may be inferred from the former custom that whoever lost his lingam was expected to commit suicide. Purnaya, the present minister of Mysore, relates an incident of a Lingayat friend of his who had unhappily lost his portable god and came to take a last farewell. The Indians, like more enlightened nations, readily laugh at the absurdities of every sect but their own, and Purnaya gave him better counsel. It is a part of the ceremonial preceding the sacrifice of the individual that the principal persons of the sect should assemble on the bank of some holy stream, and placing in a basket the lingam images of the whole assembly, purify them in the sacred waters. The destined victim, in conformity to the advice of his friend, suddenly seized the basket and overturned its contents into the rapid Kaveri. Now, my friend, said he, we are on equal terms. Let us prepare to die together. The discussion terminated according to expectation. The whole party took an oath of inviolable secrecy, and each privately provided himself with a new image of the lingam. There is, according to general report, a Catholicity amongst the Sivacharas not found in other Hindu cults, in that they admit converts. Wilkes, for instance, mentions that originally Brahmins were excluded and looked down on by the Jangams. Certain Paligars are said to have made women of other castes converts by tying the lingam under cover of the proverb above mentioned. There are Canadian Sivacharas, Marasu Sivacharas, also called Gaundans, Monyakara Jati Sivacharas, and etc. It is by no means strictly true that the castes are so stereotyped as to wholly prohibit a passage from one to another, as is exemplified by the Tamil proverb, Kallan Maravan, Ganattal Agamadayan, Molla Molla Vellalan, Vellalan Mudalayar. That is, a Kallan, by which may be meant a common thief, may come to be a Maravan, who is possibly an uncommon thief. Then by respectability he may develop into an Agamadian, and by slow and small degrees become a Vellalan, from which he may rise to be a Mudalayar. Cases certainly have been known where a Pariya was accepted as a Pillai, and where other Sudra caste persons were known to have been the sons of Musalman parents. The Morasu Kapu has been mentioned above, and a subdivision of this class known as Veralu Iche Kapu, or the people who give their fingers, deserves mention as being largely represented in the Balaghat. The origin of this custom is narrated by Wilkes at some length. It is briefly this. Mahadev or Shiva was in great peril and had concealed himself in the kernel of a Lingatunda from a Rakshasa who was pursuing him, to whom a husbandman indicated by the little finger of his right hand the hiding place of Shiva, who was only rescued from his peril by the interposition of Vishnu. On emerging from his hiding place, Shiva decreed that the husbandman should forfeit the offending finger. The culprit's wife, who had just arrived at the field with food for her husband, hearing this dreadful sentence, threw herself at the feet of Mahadev. She represented the certain ruin of her family if her husband should be disabled for some months from performing the labors of the farm, and besought the deity to accept two of her fingers instead of one from her husband. Mahadev, pleased with so sincere a proof of conjugal affection, accepted the exchange and ordained that her female posterity in all future generations should sacrifice two fingers at his temple as a memorial of the transaction and of their exclusive devotion to the god of the ling. The practice is accordingly confined to the supposed posterity of this single woman and is not common to the whole sect of Marasuwakul. The practice now observed in this dish is that when a girl child is born in a family, the eldest son of the grandfather with his wife appear at the temple for the ceremony of boring the child's ear, and there the woman has the last two joints of the third and fourth fingers of her right hand chopped off. It does not signify whether the father of the first grandchild born be the eldest son or not, as in any case it is the wife of the eldest son who has to undergo the mutilation. After this, when children are born to other sons, their wives in succession undergo the operation. When a child is adopted, the same course is pursued. The temple where this is done is Sitibetta near Nandigulu in Kolar, and the god is named Sittibhairava. Owing, however, to the expense of the journey, it is now becoming common to have the operation performed by the nearest blacksmith. Wilk says that in this time, the practice was observed in 2000 houses. The number of families which observe it must be considerably greater now. The woman protests that the operation causes no pain. A ligature is passed round the finger, and after the joint is chopped off, the stump is dipped in gingerly oil, and they say that there is no bleeding. A very good skin is formed over the stump, which is well covered and looks like a congenital malformation. Of the Vellalas, there are at least 11 subdivisions and perhaps more. Among certain classes, a curious prohibition exists forbidding the eldest daughter-in-law from performing any ablutions after the daily evacuation, except on the day when she bathes, which may be once in 10 or 15 days. They have a superstition that the family would grow poor if this rule were transgressed. Among the Baljas, there are other divisions called the Gampa Kammavallu and the Ilavalla Kammavallu, who are also said to be Naidus. The former of the two sects is represented at Andiyappanur. The Balinjavalas appear to be the same as the Baljas or Linga Baljas. The indifference with which the caste suffixes seem to be used is very perplexing. Thus, of two Vellalas who were Annanthambi or brothers, one called himself a Pillai and the other a Gaundan. The Vellalas again keep the record of their native places by being known as Tondamandalam, Konga Vellalan, Kanchi Mandalam, Shera Mandalam, and Shola Mandalam Vellalans. The Malayalis of the chief hill ranges are Kanchi Mandalam Vellalans. The Kavarais are said to be identical with the Baljas. The Bondilias are said to be a subdivision of Rajputs. The Shengondas are weavers, some calling themselves Mudaliyas, and are probably identical with the Kaikalas. Other weavers are called Jadas, of whom some are Chettis. The Janapars are weavers who weave Dangari. Others are called Devangulu. Among some Kaikalas, a custom prevails by which one woman in each family becomes a prostitute, retaining her caste. The girl chosen is taken to the temple where a sword is placed beside her with a thali under it. The thali is then tied to her neck by any woman present, and then she returns to her own house where she is permitted to carry on any armor she chooses. She gets her share of the family property just as if no such ceremony had taken place. The Mankavarai claim to be salt makers amongst Naidus, and the same industry is also represented by the Uppiliya Jati, which is said by some to include Vaddars. The Shanar or toddy dryer is also known as Idayan, which seems to be a Telugu synonym. The Idayans are shepherds. as also some Irulars, who are mostly jungle tribes, and the Kurumbas. One Tummana Gaundan, who styled himself of the Ukkili Jati, said that he was also a Kurumban and that the two names came to the same thing, only that the former was used by the Canaries people. Some of the Vannan or washerman caste called themselves Yekalis. The Vedars are hunters by caste, and some of them call themselves Turuvalar. At least this was given as a caste name by one Muttavedi whose family were hunters. The Turuvalar are distinguished as the Kattukudugira Jati, a name derived from a custom amongst them which authorizes temporary matrimonial arrangements. The Reddys, according to their proverb, would claim to be the cultivating caste par excellence. Example, భూమిని చీల్చి పొట్ట పోసుకునేవాళ్ళు రెడ్లు. That is, those are Reddys who get their living by cultivating the earth. They have many subdivisions which may eat together but may not intermarry. The Yeralama Reddys, however, do not eat with the others and abstain from fish and meat, nor will they take chunam to eat with their beetle from the hands of a Brahman. This sect is represented at Alangayam. Elsewhere in the Tirupattur Taluk, there are some 40 or 50 houses of the Pantaredlu, the Peddakanti, Kammanayudubi, Deshur, Pakanati, Koditi, Perumudi, and Shirumudi Reddys are but sparsely, if at all, represented. One Rangasamy Naidu said that he belonged to the Muttaraja caste, but it is not known what caste this was. He said that he was descended from some Paligar. The Jogi caste comprises people who catch snakes and keep pigs and practice mendicancy. Of the class who here style themselves Marwadis, little is known. They are said to trade in pearls, corals, and etc., but that is all. The name seems to be common enough in Bombay, and those who bear it are said to be Shaukas. The Agamudians, who are said to be connected with the Maravans, are rarely represented in this district. The Vadugars are said not to be a caste, but to include all who speak Telugu as Besta, Vaddars, and etc. Mention has already been made of the Chettis, but their subdivisions are innumerable. Thus, there are the Morasu and Beri Chettis who eat mutton, and the Nagarat Chettis who do not. The Valayakara Chettis are said to be pure Gentus. The Vellan Chettis are cultivators. The Janapa Chettis make gunny bags. The Jadar Chettis weave cloths. And to descend lower in the social scale, there is a thieving class known as Korachetti, which is supposed to be a high caste in that industry. The thief slang of the district would be worth investigation. There are cant synonyms for almost every person, thing, and emergency with which they have to do. Unluckily, a list of the more ordinary terms has either been lost or destroyed by mistake. The Padayachis, less common here than in the south, are said to be a subdivision of the Pallis. The Pallans are another agricultural caste of lower origin position than the Pallis. The Valluvars seem to be a superior sort of Pariyas and are said to be the descendants of a Brahman and a Pariya woman. They act as pujaris or gurus to the Pariyas. The Morasu Kapus, who mostly speak Canaries, must be distinguished from the Morasa Vellalars who speak Tamil. What the Udayans are is not very clear. Some say they are a race of Kshatriyas, others call them Palli Vellalas, and others again say they are identical with the Natamans. The latter are said not to be a separate caste, the name being applicable to the highest persons in each caste. They are rarely found out of the Talagat and they are there less common than farther south. The Saliyar are a class of weavers said to be descended from a Kshatriya woman and a Vaishya man. What the Kayat caste may be has not been ascertained. The Pandarams are said to be Shaivas who live by begging. They are less common here than in the south. The Thambirams, who comparatively rare, are said to be the something of the same kind as the Pandarams, only more respectable. They seem to exercise some priestly functions. Dikshitar is not the name of a caste but a title like Pandit, given to those supposed to be of pious life and learned in the Vedas. One Krishnayan called himself a Thadan by caste. He was Pujari to the Venkatramana Swami Koil at Mukanur. His father's name was Chinnadasyan. This assumption of the Brahman suffix ayan is not uncommon. Tadan or Dasan appears to be the Tamil equivalent of the Telugu Dasari, this being the name given to a class of people who go from house to house beating a gong and begging. In the neighborhood of Marandahalli, an entirely new caste has arisen in comparatively recent years named Pinchikuntar. These people are servants to the Kudiyanavars or cultivators, a name assumed commonly by Vellalars and Pallis. The story is that a certain Vellalan had 102 children, 101 males and one female. Of the males, one was lame, and his 100 brothers made a rule that each of them would provide him with one kolagam of grain and one fanam each year. They got him married to a Telugu woman of a different caste, and the musicians who attended that ceremony were paid nothing. The brothers alleging that as the bridegroom was a cripple, the musicians should officiate from charitable motives. The word Pinchikuntar is a corruption of the Telugu words Bhiksha, begging, and Kunti, lame. Bhiksha in Tamil is Pichai, whence Pinchi, and Kunti, turned into a plural Tamil noun, becomes Kuntar. The descendants of this married pair, a Vellalan and a Telugu woman having no caste of their own, became known as Pichai or Pinchikuntas. They are treated as Kudipinnai by the Vellalas and to the present day receive their prescribed miras from the Vellala descendants of the 100 brothers, to whom on marriages and other festivals they do service by relating the genealogies of such Vellalas as they are acquainted with. Some serve the Vellalas in the fields and others live by begging. Another caste sparsely represented in Dharmapuri and the Denkani Kota division of Hosur and largely in Mysore is that of the Kunchiliars, or in Canaries, Kunchigars. They are a division among Sudras speaking Canaries and include both Vaishnavas and Shaivas. They are cultivators by trade and intermarry amongst themselves but may eat in Morsukapu houses. Their origin is not certainly known, but their tradition is that a certain Nawab who lived north of the Tungabhadra sent a peon to search for ghee 12 years old. In his travels south of the river, the peon met a lovely maid drawing water who supplied his want. Struck by her beauty, he watched her bathing place and stole one hair which fell from her head in bathing, which he took to the Nawab. The latter conceived the idea of marrying the girl and sent an embassy which was so far successful that the girl and her family came to his residence and directed a marriage pandal. Subsequently, they repented and thinking that the marriage would be a mesalliance, the Nawab was probably a Musalman, fled in the night, leaving a dog tied in the pandal. It is not clear what the dog has to do with the story, as he is not mentioned again. In their flight, they came to the Tungabhadra, which was in full flood, and eager to escape, they consented to marry the fair maiden to a Kurumban who ferried them across the stream. The Kunchigar are the descendants of this girl and the Kurumban. This, however, gives no clue to the etymology of the word Kunchigar. The story goes on to say that in their haste, they forgot a little girl behind them who was seized by the Nawab, who thirsted for vengeance and thrown into the air so as to fall on knives placed to transfix her. Some miracle interposed to save her, and the Aro Kunchigar who live in Mysore are said to be her descendants. The etymology of this name is also a mystery. The above, however, give but faint idea of the number of castes. Among those omitted are the Ashtashastri, Aruvelaniyogulu, Kalabasti, Golakonda Vipari, Konaj, Padakkunadi, Vaiganasulu, and Sholia, said to be subdivisions among Brahmins, the Karagutti, Kodi, Nirpuchi, and Malayadi Vellalas, and sundry classes not clearly identified, who call themselves Anjikarai, Uppandi, Yeruttukarar, Vodekarar, Kallandi, Kongabirattu, Kannan, Kutadi, Kalyan, Kandiyar, Chekkan, Chinikode, Suttuman, Songanar, Tammattiyar, Tirumudi, Tuluvar, Dombaravar, Togattar, Tuluvan, Toppar, Tarjilu, Navidar, Nayar, Ninan, Natham, Niyogalu, Bammakaran, Paulikarar, Bogam, Bailu Kamsala, Padra, Budubudugalu, Malamar, Mavaliyan, Madavandi, Murikinati, Melakarar, Madiga, Maleman, Veeramushti, Vadam, Valanadi, Jainier, and many others too numerous to mention here. The caste marks are known by various names. Thus, the Vishnu trident is called generally Tiruchennam. It is also called Namam. Tirunuru and Vibhuti denote the marks of a Shaiva. Bottu is the dot worn on the forehead by some Vaishnavas, especially Rajputs. Gendam is the sandal mark of a Saiva. Kunkumam is the red dot worn by women of both sex. The Tengalai or left-handed Vaishnavas wear a more angular trident than the Vadagalai or right-handed. It also has a slight projection downwards, forming a sort of prolongation of the center prong of the trident. This little line is known as the Patham. The center prong is called Tiruchuranam or Strichuranam, and the whole is called Tiruman. These names, however, are mostly confined to Brahmins, Namam being used by Shudras to denote the caste mark of both sex. The Saiva mark is commonly 3 smears of ashes or chalk across the forehead in a line with the eyebrows. The Vishnu trident is said to be an emblem of Vishnu lying on his back and viewed from the ground at a distance. The right and left prongs being the soles of his feet and the center prong Prajapati. The Patham may be intended for the appendages, but possibly this is a slander invented by the Saivas. Certainly, some of the head and tail pieces which appear in illustrations of native books seem to bear out the theory. Another explanation is that the Patham is Neela Devi, one of Vishnu's wives, in prints represented by a lotus flower in which Neela Devi was born. The center mark is Sri Devi, the most beautiful of the 3 wives. The right and left prongs are the feet of Vishnu. In prints, a sort of box is delineated under the center lotus flower and called Peetham. This is supposed to represent Bhudevi, the 3rd wife, but is not included in the caste mark, as the bridge of the nose is taken to be Bhudevi. Female devotees among Vaishnavas wear a horizontal line of white chalk with the perpendicular line of red or yellow. So, amongst Saivas, females wear 3 horizontal smears of chalk and a bottu or a spot of red in the middle. It sometimes occurs that a Saiva wears the Vishnu mark and vice versa. The mass of the people are poor. They are fairly honest except when engaged in litigation. Nor is their heathen morality to be despised when compared with the practice of European nations. Ragi is the staple grain consumed by the lower and rice by the upper classes. So long as the wants of the day are supplied, the poorer classes take little thought for the future. 5 నిమిషాలు. The force of custom, the closely drawn ties of kindred. ఎయ్యిమా The force of custom, the closely drawn ties of kindred in undivided families, and caste rules have much to do with this. Where discontent prevails, it is generally amongst the so-called educated classes. The ordinary agriculturist rises before dawn, if indeed he has not slept in his field all night. Ploughing, baling with the picota, and such like employments occupying him until the heat of the day warns him that he and his cattle need repose. The morning meal is generally the cold remains of the previous night's supper, the latter being often the only meal cooked, but when they can afford it, they have 3 full meals a day. Towards the afternoon, he resumes work and often stays out until lamp lighting time when he returns to his home. A piece of white cloth around his loins and another for his head, with, in cold weather, a rough kambli or blanket form his only attire. His wife is equally simple in her mode of life. Her one cloth may or may not be annually renewed at the Pongal feast in January, and earrings and nose rings, more or less as the husband's circumstances admit, form her bravery together with the inevitable thali. The children, sometimes to the age of 10 years or more, go in a state of nudity, relieved perhaps by a piece of string round the waist which sustains the araimudi or heart-shaped piece of silver, which calls attention to what it purports to conceal. The ravikai or jacket is worn generally by Musalmanis and by women of caste, but rarely by the lower orders except above the ghat, where the colder climate renders it necessary. The wealthier classes dress in public more richly, as may be warranted by their means, though in their houses their attire is very scanty. The people are, as a rule, well made, often handsome, the younger women being noted for the grace and symmetry of their figures. The houses and furniture of the people are the same as throughout the Carnatic. Over the Thalaghat and the greater part of the Baramahal, Tamil is the language in general use. Telugu is generally spoken in the northern portion of Krishnagiri, and in the Balaghat, Canaries has the mastery. Telugu and Tamil, the latter comparatively rarely being also spoken. Wages. The normal rates of wages for unskilled labor are as follows. Men 2 annas, women 1.5 annas, children male or female 10 pice. The Vaddar or Navy caste get twice as much, but they generally work by task at which they gain more than by daily wages. Were their providence equal to their industry, they would surely rise in the social scale, but they rarely save. They mostly speak Telugu. The wages of a working goldsmith vary with the value of the materials, but may be taken on an average at 8 annas per dime. The blacksmith gets 8 annas, a carpenter from 8 to 10 annas, bricklayers from 6 to 10 annas. The chief industry is weaving, which is carried on in almost every large town or in village, and the weavers of Salem and Ghazipur are especially noted. Carpets of great beauty and superior workmanship are made in the Salem jail. Good iron and steel are made, but only on a small scale, an attempt to utilize the mineral wealth of the district on a large scale having failed owing to the cost of charcoal. In Salem, there are several cutlers whose wares for temper and finish are reputed throughout India. Jaggery, cotton, hides, indigo, saltpeter, salt, grains, betel, aracanut, coir, jungle produce, and etc. pass freely in and out of the district, but there is no trustworthy source of information regarding imports and exports. Savings are for the most part invested in jewelry or spent in adding to stock. That a great portion of surplus cash goes to the grog shop may be inferred from the falling off in Abkari during and since the famine. The riots are backward in the matter of digging wells, the sums obtained for this purpose under the Land Improvement Act having, in the majority of cases, been spent in procuring food. In fact, so long as the peasantry are in a state of indebtedness, they have no particular object in effecting improvements, as any surplus wealth they may accumulate goes into the pocket of their creditors. It is not probable that money is ever lent for less than 1% per mensem, and doubtful borrowers have to pay from 3% and more. The following table, which shows the operations of the license tax in 1878, that is a fair gauge of the wealth and prosperity of the people. Goodness, a lot of data details, not possible to read them out. It's not possible to be coherent in them, simply. Agriculture. One man is held to be sufficient for the ordinary everyday labor on a farm of 3 acres of wet or 6 acres of dry land, if assisted in the heavy work of planting, weeding, reaping, and threshing. His wages are supposed to be 480 measures of grain per annum, equivalent to rupees 12 annas 8, plus an annual payment of rupees 3. The wages in the northern being lower than in the southern taluks. 27 measures of seed are required for an acre of wet and 6 measures for an acre of dry land. Irrigated crops are weeded twice if sown broadcast, but once only if planted. Dry crops are generally weeded only once. Manuring is applied as a rule by treading in leaves on wet and penning out sheep on dry land. For wet lands, the average is 120 bundles of wild indigo or other leaves per acre, and this is supplied annually to all fields throughout Thoughtworth manuring. 8 pence of 200 sheep each at a cost of 4 measures of grain per dime is the usual allowance per acre for dry lands. The implements said to be required for a farm of 3 acres of irrigated or 6 acres of dry land are a plough, a mamuti, an axe and chopper, 3 small weeding hoes, and 3 sickles. These are made gratis by the village artisans in consideration of their annual fees, the materials being found by the cultivators. Wood can be had for nothing, but iron costs rupees 1 and 8 annas per mount, which will suffice for a year's repair to the implements above named. The staple crops are paddy and ragi, the latter being almost exclusively the food of the laboring class. The yield was assumed for purposes of assessment to be 641 Madras measures in paddy and 347 Madras measures in the other three staples for the Talaghat taluks, the outturn in the Baramahal and Balaghat taluks being the same in paddy but somewhat less on the average of dry grains. Ragi grows to perfection in the Balaghat and is above the average in the Baramahal. Kambu is about the same as in the Talaghat, but gram, though remarkably fine, is an uncertain crop and yields little more than half as much as the other staple grains. In the northern taluks, the rager is 20%. A pair of oxen could manage a farm of 3 acres dry, but not more than an acre of wetland. In fact, wetland is almost invariably plowed by 4, 5, or 6 pairs of oxen working together in the field, and if the owner has not enough of cattle of his own, he must hire or borrow them. On a holding of 2 acres wet and 3 dry of average land, the net profit in a fair year would not probably exceed rupees 60 per annum or about rupees 5 per mensem. In a bad year, the yield would barely pay the kist and often not even that. The position of the poorer farmers may be gauged from the fact that they will desert their farms in numbers if a wage of rupees 4 per mensem is assured them. The mass of the peasantry are in debt. The habit of indebtedness is so ingrained in their nature that if they all started fair tomorrow, 50% would be in debt again by the end of the year. The government share of the produce being 50% of the net produce, estimated in money according to the commutation rates, and rupees 9, 11 annas, 2 and 3 quarters of pice being the average paid by each patadar, the annual income of the government riot may be fairly estimated. The following statement shows the rent roll for firstly 1281 and firstly 1286. Again, detailed data statistics not to be read. The number of villages in the district according to the quinquennial return for firstly 1286 was 4021, of which 600 were uninhabited. Besides these, there were 3051 hamlets, of which 494 were uninhabited. The details of these villages and hamlets were as follows. Rayatwar 4762, villages in shares 36, rental villages 68, Jodi and Inam villages 394, Mitta or Zamindari villages 1449, and Palayapat villages 399. The details of village establishment will be found in the notice of each taluk. The total establishment retained is as follows. Karnams 927, Munsifs 280, Munsifs and Monigars 1793, Monigars 179, Totis 12, Uddaris 11, Talayaris 2325, Vetians 2350, joint Talayaris and Vetians 92, and the total cost rupees 2,38,607 per annum, the cost of unsurveyed villages included. Actually, I think this should be displayed for a while for clear reading. The upper table for 1 minute. The number of cattle in the district according to the statistical returns for 1878 to 79 was as follows. Buffaloes 40,090, bullocks 2,30,919, cows 2,01,410, donkeys 5,521, goats 3,76,064, horses 1,065, ponies 2,607, pigs 10,520, and sheep 3,39,390. Bullocks are chiefly used for plowing and buffaloes occasionally. There is a very superior breed of cattle raised in the jungles, reaching down from Alambadi along the banks of the Kaveri. The Trichangod cows are also famous as good milkers. One of these costs from rupees 30 to 40 rupees, a good pair of traveling bullocks from rupees 50 to 250 a pair, and at the latter price will do 9 miles or more in an hour if pressed. Ordinary ploughing cattle cost rupees 25 a pair. The general price of other domestic animals is as follows. Tattoos ponies 15 to 30 rupees, donkeys 7 to 10 rupees, sheep 1.5 to 2 rupees, goats 2 to 3.5 rupees, pigs 4 to 10 rupees, fowls 3 to 5 anna, chickens 1 to 2 annas, ducks 4 to 10 annas. There were 8,278 carts and 1,15,712 plows. The number of houses is as follows. Terraced houses 1,204 and the number of inhabitants in them 6,867. Average number of persons to a house 5.7. Tiled houses 39,074 and number of inhabitants 2,32,526, giving an average number of persons to a house of 5.9. Thatched number of houses 3,49,586, which have number of inhabitants 1,715,948, giving an average number of persons to a house at 4.9. Unknown type of houses 1,655 with the number of inhabitants at 11,464, giving an average number of persons to a house at 6.9. In total, the number of houses in the district were 3,91,519 with the number of inhabitants at 1,966,807, giving an average number of persons to a house of 5.0. The following return shows the average acreage in government villages cultivated in each crop in firstly 1284 before the famine and firstly 1287 during the famine. This will be difficult to read, so I guess it has to be read by pausing the video, if at all. It is not quite clear what this statement is founded on, as the total acreage accounted for gives only 4,599 square miles, whereas the district contains between 7,483 and 7,882 square miles. Regarding cotton, there are some interesting details in Proceedings of the Board of Revenue, number 2168, dated 30th July 1879. The area cropped was as follows. The table has to be read by pausing the video. The latter firstly showing a falling off as compared with firstly 1285 of 29% in acreage and 27% in value owing to excessive and untimely rains and blight. The indigenous cotton only was grown. The last item was estimated as follows: seed 6 annas, ploughing rupees 2, manure rupees 2 and annas 8, hoeing and raking 8 annas, weeding 12 annas, gathering rupee 1 and 14 annas. The assessment of the land was omitted. This would be fully rupee 1 and 8 annas. The retail price of cotton retained for local consumption in the district was rupees 122 in firstly 1286 and rupees 111 in firstly 1287 per kandi of 500 pounds. It would take about 11 acres to produce one kandi, and if adding the assessment or say rupees 16 and 8 annas, the cost of cultivation was rupees 104 and 8 annas. 8 multiplied with 11 plus rupees 16 and 8 annas. The profit on 11 acres would be about rupees 6 and 8 annas, or about annas 9 and 6 pice per acre. The profit on wholesale prices with cost of carriage added would appear to leave no margin whatever for the cultivators. The condition of the weavers set to number 18,000 was reported as deteriorating owing to the large importation of cheap English goods. The particulars of area irrigated in 1877-78 and 1878-79 is given as follows. Table to be read by pausing the video. According to this statement, the total area of the district is 5,988 square miles. The actual revenue due to irrigation in the district was estimated as follows for firstly 1287. The table has to be read by pausing the video. This statement is, however, to a certain extent misleading, as it does not include any portion of the peshkash in zamindaris, which being a lump payment cannot be divided into charge for wet and dry lands, tirva jasti only coming to account. The following is a statement showing the irrigated area and revenue due to irrigation up to the latest date for the last 4 years. Table to be read by pausing the video. The following statement shows the sources of irrigation in the district. Table to be read by pausing the video. The statement below shows the different classes of irrigation works in the district. Table to be read by pausing the video. Fauna. The ferae naturae are daily diminishing in numbers as every hillman carries a gun and shoots for the pot everything that comes in his way, regardless of sex, age, or season of the year. Bison and even elephants are occasionally seen on the Javadis. Cheetahs and bears are to be found in most of the hilly tracts. Tigers are very rare. Sambar may be found towards Pennagaram and in a few places in the Hosur Taluk. Hyenas, blackbuck, deer of kinds, wild pig, a species of armadillo or pangolin, and a few wolves go a long way to complete the catalogue. Pea and jungle fowl, partridge and quail are to be had all the year round, and duck, teal, snipe, florican, and etc. can be had in season. The average number of deaths from wild beasts and snakes is 270. The cost of keeping them down is about rupees 800 per annum. Salem, the capital, is a municipality with a population of 50,012 and a revenue of about rupees 42,800 per annum. There are 11 other towns with a population of over 5,000. They have all been mentioned at length in the taluks to which they belong. Revenue. The following statement shows the revenue of the district for a series of years. Table to be read by passing the video. The revenue and expenditure for the years 1860 and 61 and 1870 to 71 in abstract and detail are tables to be read by passing the video. The figures for 1874 to 75 vary very little from those for 1870 to 71, and it would be useless to carry the comparison farther down as the effects of famine are still perceptible in almost every batch of revenue. Emigration. The district having no seaboard, emigration is inconsiderable. But a few coolies go to Ceylon, the French colonies, and Burma. There is no immigration to speak of. Weights and measures. The ordinary weights and measures are as follows of time. 60 tarparais are equivalent to 1 vinadi. 60 vinadis are equivalent to 1 naligai or Indian hour of 24 English minutes. 2.5 naligai are equivalent to 1 orai or English hour of 60 English minutes. 3 3/4 of naligai are equivalent to 1 muhurtam. 7.5 naligai are equivalent to 1 jamam or watch, which is equivalent to 3 English hours. 8 jamams is equivalent to 1 nal or day. 7 nale is equivalent to 1 varam or week. 15 nale are equivalent to 1 paksham or fortnight. 30 nale are equivalent to 1 masam or month. 6 masame are equivalent to 1 ayanam or half year. 2 ayanams are equivalent to 1 varsham or year. The tarparai, orai, muhurtam and ayanam are either imaginary or obsolete. According to another computation, 1 muhurtam is equivalent to 2.5 naligais. The paksham, that is either Shukla bright or Krishna dark, according as the moon does or does not shine, is in that particular fortnight. With the mass of the people, there is no accurate idea of time. The time of day is approximately given by saying that the sun was so many mars or fathoms above the horizon on east or west. Of night, they speak as so many naligais after sunset or lamp lighting, a vague term for 7 to 8 p.m. The middle watch, so many naligais before sunrise. They count also from the rising and setting of the moon. Of distance, they speak as so many naligais journey, and 1 naligai vari may be accepted as 1 mile. 4 a.m. that is indicated by I went for one purpose, நான் ஒண்ணுக்கு போனேன், a euphemism. Some vague time between 4 and 5 p.m. is the andiyeri or time of tying the evening plough. The expression the sun was overhead is comparatively rare for midday. Of grain, 64 rupees weight is equal to 1 manam, 8 manams is equal to 1 vallam, 40 vallams is equal to 1 kandagam. Of solids, 1 tola is equal to 1 rupee weight, 3 tolas is equal to 1 pallam, 8 pallams is equal to 1 seer, 5 seers is equal to 1 vis, 10 seers is equal to 1 tadayam, 8 vis is equal to 1 mand, 10 mands is equal to 1 pothi, 2 pothis is equal to 1 baram. Measures of distance, 12 inches is equal to 1 foot or adi, 3 feet are equal to 1 gajam or yard, 6 feet are equal to 1 mar or fatham, 3/4 of a naligai vali is equal to 1 mile, 7.5 naligai vali or 1 kadam is equal to 10 miles. Measures of land, 33 square feet are equal to 1 kuli, 40 kulis are equal to 1 acre. 16 anas are equal to 1 kuli, 40 kulis are equal to 1 acre, or 1000 links are equal to 1 decimal, 100 decimals are equal to 1 acre. There are numerous land measures for which see chapter 5. The grain measures vary all over the district, and even in the same taluk, 2 or more sets of measures may be current. For the last 3 or 4 years, establishments have been at work in the taluk stamping the measures, but the results have been most unsatisfactory, as may be seen from the following extract from a letter Mr. H. E. Stokes, the acting collector, to the Board of Revenue, cross-ref Proceedings of Board of Revenue, number 930, dated 9th July 1880. The question is the revision of the table for the conversion of local measures in the calculation of prices of grain. The board are aware of the way in which the original table was prepared. The desire was not to introduce any new standards, not to make any attempt at obtaining uniform measures, but to ascertain what were the standards locally known and recognized. Collectors were therefore directed to ascertain the local standards and to send up to the board, after testing, the most accurate specimens of each procurable. These were again examined in the board's office, and conclusions arrived at as to the values of the local measures which were made the basis of the board's table. The Salem district was a rather unlucky one on which to try this plan. Not only were the local measures very various, but the use of metal measures was not general, and a large number of the specimens sent up were of bamboo. The recognized local standards which the measures sent were supposed to represent were, as I recollect, not reported. When stamping was introduced, viz. At various dates from the end of 1876 till the beginning of 1878, the board's standards to which it was assumed the local measures must conform were found not to be very accurate, but were further entirely vitiated by the neglect of the fact that the board's standards were in average rice, whereas the universal practice of the district is to test measures with gram, which, taking average gram, is 3 or 4% heavier than rice. To remedy this state of things, some unauthorized and generally unintelligent attempts were made to adjust the standards. The assistant collector ordered the introduction of the Salem measure, 136 tolas gram into Athur, where the two standard was 154 of gram. A stamping maize 3 transferred from Salem to Namakkal introduced without orders the Salem measure, altering the standard from 150 tolas gram double measure to 136. The Vaniambadi sub-magistrate altered without any authority the town standard from 86 tolas rice to 90 tolas gram. And the sub-collector, Mr. Wilkinson, took it into his head that it would be a good thing to introduce the pakka seer of 80 tolas into the subdivision, and ordered accordingly. But he made a mess of it, for instead of a seer of 80 tolas rice, he introduced one of about 77 tolas, as this 80 tolas is weighed in gram. The system of test by volume of water ordered by the board has never been introduced in the district, and the only method of test in vogue is by weight of horse gram, sometimes very old, sometimes moderately so, sometimes mixed, but often it is probable one or other, as suits the interest of the stamping maize 3, to please the merchant who brings the measure. The difference between the weight of old and new gram is 16 or 17%. In Salem Taluk, the gram used for the testing is said to be 10 or 12 years old, and in other taluks, the grain in use is nearly as old. The use of a test of this kind has, it appears to me, clearly established, enlarged the measures by degrees. Thus, the Rasipur sub-magistrate reports that the people complain that the new measure, though supposed to be 136 tolas, is really 1/8 measure larger than the old Mamul measure, which was 144 tolas. Complaints have also reached me from Dharmapuri that the measures stamped when operations were begun some years ago are now too small, and this is attributed to use. But the real cause is the gradual enlargement of the standard as the testing gram gets lighter with age. At any rate, if the Mamul standards are expressed in old gram, the result of the use of this as a test makes the board's table and standards inapplicable, inasmuch as the measures actually used are considerably larger, and prices consequently considerably lower than they are supposed to be. The measures referred to are stamped measures now in use and collected with reference to board's proceedings number 1662, dated 13th June 1879. I arranged them in groups. The first comprises the measures supposed to be equalized with the Salem measure, for which the board's standard was 132 tolas of rice and the customary standard 136 tolas of gram. The second group is the subdivision measures, which Mr. Wilkinson attempted to make the pakka seer, that is 80 tolas of rice, but which are now supposed to contain 80 tolas of gram. The third comprises the rest of the district. The Vanyambadi standard is 90 tolas. The rest are from 63 to 66 tolas of rice, but tested for the like weights of gram. For grain tests of the measures, I procured post specimens of rice and gram actually on sale in the bazaar and used them mixed. From this, it will be seen that assuming the correctness of the board's heaping table and of the measures sent up from the taluks, it results that the old gram used for testing averages 102.39 tolas to 100 cubic inches. The board's conversion data give 116.59 tolas to 100 cubic inches. Hence, it would appear that the recorded prices are some 15% cut. It is no use attempting to remedy the state of things as long as the present system of test continues. For the proposals to remedy the existing confusion, the reader is referred to the proceedings above quoted. The currency is generally in rupees, annas, and pice. The pice are commonly called cash, the English sovereign being known as pound cash. The poor classes commonly speak of a duddu is equivalent to 4 cash or 1/3 of an anna, but there is now no such coin. The ordinary quarter anna is called mukkal duddu or 3/4 of a duddu. The anna, as its name implies, is the 16th of a rupee, and the silver coins are ordinarily spoken of as so many fractions, 1 part in 8, or a quarter, or half of a rupee, as the case may be. The half duddu is a term used for 2 cash, a coin representing that value having been formerly coined. The 2 anna piece is called a panam or fanam, panam being the generic term for money. The varagan or pagoda, equivalent to 3.5 rupees, is a coin often spoke of in commutation. In rural tracts, there are traces of a coinage not generally known. Thus, in one case, a sum of money stated to be Puli 69, Maili 26, and Kasi 54 was said to be the equivalent of rupees 243, 9 annas, and 3 pice in firstly 1231, equivalent to AD 1821. The Puli was probably a gold coin with a tiger engraved on it and equal to about 3.5 rupees or 1 pagoda. The Maili may have been born the representation of a peacock, Mail, which would bring us probably back to the days when gold and peacocks were exported from the Wayanad Ophir. The Kasi seems to be our old friend Cash. For reference, please read Colonel Reed's report, page 248, chapter 5. End of page 158 and end of chapter 3. End of chapter 3. Okay, so here sorry guys, I don't know, I might have tested most of your patience. Let me end the live here.